can I help you? Got the 20 real?
The breath catches in his chest. The light in his eyes snuffs out all at once. After a moment, he speaks.
Do you have money tonight? It is, though. Right now, it literally is my business. But you know what? You're in luck, because you don't have to ever pay me again. Not at all, officer. It's true. You don't have to pay me anything. You don't have to give me any money at all. If you want a room, yes, you'll need to pay me, but you don't have to just give me money. Giving me money for a room is your choice.
This isn't a fucking joke.
You want a free place to sleep? Fine. You've already unlocked your new room. The trash container outside is ready and waiting.
The lieutenant is painfully silent. This was your responsibility. I cannot help you now. I am sorry. A new dimension of reality will open. A portal is this bed of waste. Sleep there and awaken elsewhere. It is not clear. All that is known is sleep in the trash and there is no coming back.
I don't care what you do. Sleep in the trash or pay for a room. I don't care anymore. That wasn't so hard, was it? The room is yours for the night. Don't forget, you'll need another 20 real tomorrow.
The door is closed. Still, you should punch a fucking hole in it. The murmur in your ears recedes slowly. Your breathing normalizes. That's one lucky door.
Yes? What do you want to know? You mean like a brief? Do you want me to brief you again? 3 days ago, during that time, the victim, they didn't identify them. There's a strong prejudice against involving the RCM in what's seen as that's right. No, it's not a particular. The deceased is a security guard for a corporation involved in a labor dispute. It doesn't take a DeLorean polymath to put the... Then you're in luck, because...
Is this a strike then? Or the first shots in a workers' coup?
I expect the case itself to be less strike, coup.
You feel something rising through you. A familiar feeling. An opinion taking form.
When I said we have to navigate...
From an imaginary fan.
Now, was there anything else? No, it's not a particular... The deceased is a security guard for... I can assure nothing like that will happen. No,
So desperate, there's something the lieutenant isn't seeing.
No, it's not a particular... The deceased is a security guard. There was some interest in this case at my station, but not for the reasons you have. Yes, it just so
The wary tone is the surest indicator that the lieutenant is being sarcastic.
That's commendable.
It can still be an otherworldly sex mystery in your head, with a dark twist even. He's basically challenging you to sex it up with some lurid twist. Don't get right into it. Sit on it a bit, then hit him with it.
No. The deceased is a security guard for a corporation involved in a labor dispute. Then you're in luck.
Is this a...
I expect the case it strike.
You feel something.
When I said we have to navigate...
From an imaginary...
Now, was there... No.
The lieutenant adjusts.
No. The deceased is a security guard for... Then you're in luck.
Is this a...
I expect the case it strike.
You feel something.
When I said we...
From an imaginary...
Now, what... No. It's not. The deceased is a security guard for... Then you're in luck.
Is this a...
I expect the case strike.
You feel something. Rise...
When I said we have to navigate community matter...
From an imaginary...
Now, what... No. The deceased is a security guard for... Then you're...
Is this a...
I expect the strike.
You feel
Politics is habit.
from an imaginary fact.
Now, what good? Yes? What about me? What do you mean? I have no idea.
The lieutenant is a police officer of... But this isn't an old school case.
So what? That makes you... For real detective work, nothing beats a good notebook by your side.
The lieutenant produces his small blue notebook and idly thumbs through a few pages. We all have our different mediums. His is written.
What do you mean? I have no idea what you...
The lieutenant is a police officer, but this isn't an old...
I can't say that it does, no. When I need to think, I just use my notebook.
The lieutenant produces his small blue notebook and idly thumbs through a few pages. We all have our different...
Good. Let's change the subject.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face, adorned with the expression. Like the rest of you, it comes from a bad place somewhere in the past. That's all you know for now. The bed is still cold from the broken window, and not too inviting, but it's yours. You've earned it. The bed is still cold from the wind blowing in from the broken window. The mattress creaks as you close your eyes and try your hardest to fall asleep.
Here we are again, my broken bud. The waves are coming, carrying you away. But you can't go. No, you have to stay always half aware of yourself. You're not cooperating, brother man. It's your disgusting body. Even through your sleep, you feel a vague discomfort suffusing it. Your belly and your sides are unpleasantly tender. You wish you could curl up into a fetal ball of safety. But you cannot, because of the pain.
And there's a lot of it, ever present in your organs. It's like every one of them has their own nasty song to sing. That pain in your right side is your enlarged liver, by the way. As for your kidneys, you've really been compounding the damage lately.
Oh yeah, baby. Frame your suffering as a masterpiece. Only one problem. No one's watching. It's boring, buddy. Boring as death. You're just stuck here, in the half-world. Could try looking at other people. Really looking. But why would you want to start doing that? How many promises have you kept lately, Sir Harry? To the great see-through world. The tenderness.
Thou art honorable and just, sire. 'Tis the snakes who are vile, hissing in the grass. Come now, humans have earned your trust, and you theirs.
What do you think you're doing right now? Coming to some greater awareness? Look at all these lights, blinking in and out of existence. Thoughts! You're just pretending that you're asleep, even to yourself, while the world goes on without you.
Let it. Let it.
But it never seems to let you go, does it? Time to rise and wipe that shining sweat off as best you can. Gather your bearings. Rock and roll.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. You should pick that fat, juicy cigarette butt from the tray, light it up, and smoke the living shit out of it. Who knows what you are? A monster, a murderer, the gnome of Jeroma? You feel like a smoker, especially when you look at that juicy, succulent, seductive cigarette stub, still smoldering deliciously. How very astute of you. This renders it ineffectual. You should look for a whole cigarette, or better yet, an entire pack. Strike that, a carton. Make sure they're all healthy and able-bodied, then smoke them all. Good. They'll make you stronger and better. You're too old to be cool now, but find cigarettes, smoke them, blam. Instantly a cool renegade man. A mystical red dragon with smoke rising from his nostrils. Plus, smoking them gives massive bonuses. The woman in an Elysium patrol officer's uniform winces as she notices you.
I would really prefer not to talk to you right now.
A patrol officer is the lowest rank in the Elysium, below lieutenant and sergeant.
I don't know. I mean, why would I want to talk to you? Do you now? Okay, fine. Let's talk. What did you want?
What does one talk about with a fellow officer?
What precinct?
Am I from? God, he doesn't know.
Fucking deranged lunatic.
You're getting an intellectually unsatisfying vibe from this conversation. Maybe you're doing something wrong.
I don't know what to say.
Don't say anything, Judith.
I'm just looking out for...
No one. I'm just a man with sunglasses, and you are...
I just want to do my job, that's all.
Oh, hello, dear. There you are.
Can I help you got the 20 rand? Then why are...
Hi, gendarme. Another rendezvous. I see you found yourself a little something from my wardrobe. Not bad. Not bad at all. What brings you here? Admiring the atmosphere. What about you, officer? Really? Well, I look forward to that. Oh yes, let's see. He knocked on my door a few days after the lynching. I think he was going through the entire building, asking questions. Oh, let me think. He had an accent. He sounded like one of those mercenaries. He sounded vaguely Oranese. No, not vaguely, scratch that. He sounded definitely Oranese. Yes, but he was speaking to someone on his earpiece. Just reporting back whatever I was telling him. Muscular, handsome, strong, like one of those military types. Nothing. That I didn't see anything. Why shouldn't he? What friend? No, I don't think it came up. Nothing. That I didn't... Why shouldn't he? What friend? No, I don't... Sure. Anything else on your mind? You did. And how did you like him? I told you he can be very useful. I guess that's the charm of powerful people. Friends, I told you. Sunday friends. Friends who like to get together from time to time. That he won't be there when times get tough, I guess. It is. On Sundays. A visitor from the first world. He's not like you and me, gendarme. He can always return to his opportunities in Occident, sur la clé. Still, his coming and going brings some life to the village. Or is it just money? I don't know. He has keys, and he likes the view. To the sea, I mean. What about me, gendarme? You can keep it. I don't mind. I can appreciate beauty when I see it. Blend in where? A carnival? Bye-bye, gendarme. Hi again, gendarme.
It's the sports. He's a sports guy, all about that physical prowess and athletic skill. Nothing else here.
You can keep it. I don't mind. Is it now? Well, enjoy it. Bye-bye, gendarme.
I've got nothing to say to you. I am not.
You could be, Liz. You could be anything.
Even Ahmad?
He's right. With a face like that, she could be on the...
So fucking what?
No, Glenn. They aren't.
This didn't change her opinion of you. It's not her. She's not a hardy girl. Definitely. A rusting control panel with loose wire. The water lock starts moving.
right.
Rust peels off the bent iron posts of the swing. The wind whistles through the skeleton of the small house behind you. There's desolation everywhere.
In this yard?
He's assessing the situation. How long ago was it abandoned?
Someone thought they could have a summer house in a bloc obscure for cheap. It didn't work out. They abandoned it about a decade ago. A black bloc, a part of the city left unrenovated after the war, or one that has fallen to gang violence, or has become inhospitable in some other way.
On aerial photos, block obscures look like dark squares, hence their name.
Practically, it's not an official term in any way, but look around. No sewage, broken power lines, crime, drums. Life is tough in the blocks. It's no place to build a summer house. Yes, and you picked it up because you're a post-apocalyptic scavenger who collects trash and magnesium blisters.
It's not meant as nagging, just an observation.
We should move. I don't think we will solve the murder with forays into the urban hinterland, at least in this phase of the investigation.
Banged-up motor carriage lies half-submerged in the icy water, slowly sinking into the Insulindian Ocean. Only the cabin top, rear wheels, and the engine remain visible. It must be cold and lonely down there, in the icy water. Remember the tire tracks in Martinez? This is where they were leading.
It appears to be so. I agree. We should definitely investigate.
You get a sudden, sinking feeling. The motor carriage is properly stuck in the ice. Getting it out would require a team of specialists. The logo is too deep in murky water. You can't make it out, but you do see a monkfish float by.
The ice hasn't closed around the vehicle yet. My guess is it's been here since last Saturday or Sunday.
The estimate is correct. The incident probably occurred on Sunday evening. Your mocking tone finds no response, but the motion of the waves.
Yes. Clearly, this is a triumph. I'd say the vehicle has been here since last Saturday or Sunday. Let's wait for the low tide and see what's inside.
Great idea. Then we can get the things inside. The joyrider must have left something good inside. Guns, papers, maybe a cool jacket. A joyrider jacket. A joyrider jacket. You feel a strange connection to this joyrider. Maybe he's from some kind of joyriders district and likes blue and white racing livery, like a cop would.
I don't know. An hour or two, tops?
As you sit down in the old, rusty playground, the world around you becomes very silent. The hinges creak under your weight, dangerously so. Nothing but the sound of seagulls high above in the sky, echoing like distant laughter. Ice cracks around the blue motor carriage in the sea. The tune on your lips forms a strange yet undeniably beautiful contrast with the surrounding bleakness. The lieutenant gives you a quick glance. Then, still looking straight ahead, he joins you with a higher-pitched and slightly more melodic trill. Two birds on a wire, whistling by the seaside, looking at the water and the sunken car. The clouds pass in the sky, and the shadow of the swing moves like the hour hand on a timepiece. 30 minutes have passed. Looks like this might take a while. Time to present a good topic for discussion.
I'm pretty sure I told you already, didn't I? My dad and mom are both half-Seolite.
Clouds on the horizon grow darker, and the shadow of the swing set keeps climbing. You hear the distant rumble of the city. 30 minutes pass.
God, I hope so.
Your voice echoes on the water, strange and out of place in the environment. 30 more minutes pass.
Yes, 41. What do you think it stands for?
It's as if he knows what it stands for, but wants you to say it. It's pedagogical. Does he know something about that speed racer?
I'm sorry, Harry. I'm so sorry.
41. Precinct 41. A massive pit opens up in your stomach, and the most terrible feeling comes over you. No. Just nope. Say no to this, Harry.
I'm afraid so, yes. It looks like you started in front of the whirling, jumped over the canal, and then drove your vehicle in the sea right here.
The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and doesn't say anything. There is also a fourth thing you've lost. More precious than the gun, the badge, and the motor carriage combined. Lost forever into the deepest of seas.
Well, it isn't. It's you. I'm very sorry. That is very unlikely. All the electrics are toast. That goes for the electromagnetic steering and brake systems as well. You'd be lucky to find one undamaged component in there. In a few months, there will be nothing but rust left of this vehicle. It'll be cheaper to buy a new one. Well, not cheaper. This motor carriage costs 40,000 real. But in the long run, it still makes more sense to buy a new machine than try to refurbish this. Let's face it, this is a substantial loss to your district's budget. I mean, my station only has 4 other vehicles in addition to my kinema.
This was 20% of the station's vehicular budget.
Of whom? I don't think so. If anything, you were probably drunk.
Probably. Try definitely.
Detective, we don't. A rescue operation really isn't viable at this point. I'm afraid it will have to be there like that for many years. Look at it. Parts of it might be salvageable, but overall, this machine is a write-off. People are more valuable than machines. Training a police officer is even more costly. Yes, let's go take a look.
The note is written with a blue pencil on a piece of lined office paper. The kitchen magnets have left spots on its surface.
Does it say anything interesting?
This is tangential at best, but the lieutenant's detective instinct is still active. Someone has scribbled, S. I can't believe the off-site copy is still here. The illiterate ginger kid keeps stealing stuff from the studio, so I had to hide it somewhere safe. You'll find the filament memory with the off-site copy in the frozen ice cream maker. Please take it home, ASAP. It's important. I'd do it myself if I lived in a civilized place with a freezer. Take care, Sully Soif.
Really? You don't have a single guess? Oh, I'm sure that child would love to get his hands on a filament memory. Even if he doesn't know what to do with it, he'd probably try to pawn it for speed, based on our encounter. I don't know. I assume it's somewhere close to the iceberg fridge.
Didn't you see a melting ice cream maker right next to the breaker box? And you did unplug the black wire from said breaker box.
It belongs inside a radio computer, storing its memory. It's like a tape. You listen to disco tapes, right? It's like one of your disco tapes, only for a computer. Looks like someone from that radio game company upstairs. I'm a little surprised they just left their property lying here. That's implausible.
A police badge on which you see the photo of a man. You. Some seaweed is stuck to the back.
At least something good came out of all this.
Encased between two durable plastic sheets is a bluish card with lines of information and a watermark in the shape of the street grid of Revachol West. You see a photo, a name, a rank, a document number, the date of issue, and, in the lower right corner, your precinct.
Harrier. That's long for Harry. So you are Harry. Evrard was half right. Probably not a lot of people know your full name. Whoever told him you're Harry Dubois didn't. Not strange at all. Your name is Harrier Dubois, like it says on your police badge. It's a wartime name, revolutionary. The kind mothers give their sons during troubled times, like Undying or Boxer or Ironhide.
A name like armor.
Why? It's a cool name. I like it. Besides, you're Harry anyway. No one's ever called Harrier.
He's not going to call you Harrier. He'll keep calling you officer when he's angry with you, and detective when he's not. The badge in your hands shines as you rotate it, catching light. You see lines of information. The man keeps winking at you with his green-grey eyes. The photo is old, no doubt about that. But the badge is new. You used an old photo for a new badge. 8, maybe 10 years. The guy in the picture is rather good looking. He's got a nice haircut and is distinctly lacking in massive sideburns. What do you think? His face is already contorted by the expression, although it looks less grotesque on him than it does on you now. It looks better on him because he isn't in as much pain while producing it as you are now. Although there's already a hint of that pain, certainly. Don't be fooled. The bad times have already begun. Wake up the past and tell it to stay away. The bad times are here to stay. The badge in your hand shines as you rotate it, catching light. You see lines of information on it.
Lieutenant W. Freighter. The lieutenant is a rank above sergeant and below captain. It's the highest rank in the RCM that still does field work. I am a lieutenant. The title of Freighter is added to your rank when you decline a promotion to a higher rank. In your case, captain. You have declined twice, thus you're W. Freighter. There are many reasons one would do this. Your rank above you in your precinct's décomptage might be taken, or sometimes promoted officers do not want to replace their superiors out of respect. And sometimes they just prefer the type of police work available to their current rank, in your case, lieutenant.
Heavy-duty case-solving machine.
Décomptage is the hierarchical system employed by the Revachol Citizens Militia. It means counting down to 2s.
The countdown is modeled after the dual leadership system employed by the left during the revolution, which in turn was developed by last-century experimental psychologists in the University of Königstein.
The lowest rank is junior officer, usually teenagers. Then there are the patrol officers, then sergeants, lieutenants, then a captain. That's basically it, except for a few kings. Kings like satellite officers and the additionally a freighter rank I already explained. No, I've been putting up with you because despite an unconventional approach, you are doing good police work. It matters more than driving your motor carriage into the sea. And now we've even found your badge.
Still, he doesn't trust you completely.
Yes, apparently you've had a rather successful career in the past. This leads me to believe maybe your current situation is only temporary. I don't really know how to respond to that, Lieutenant W. Freighter.
Such a small yet precious thing.
That's just the serial number. Revachol, Jamrock, Precinct 41, with some numbers thrown in there for good measure. 4 months ago. I'm guessing that's when you were promoted to the rank of Lieutenant W. Freighter. A new badge usually comes with a new rank. You seem to have been doing well then.
The case created a lot of edge you have to take off. The death march really gets us going. You're pretty sure you weren't doing well, but better? Probably yes. A lot can happen in 4 months, especially in winter. The winters are never easy on you, of that you are sure.
Yes, it's the designation of your precinct. 41, like mine says 57. The 57th is mostly industrial harbor, a lot of asphalt. The 41st is... It's a tough station to work in. You have all of Jamrock to cover. That district should have 3 precincts, but money is what it is.
It's no wonder you are like you are, he thinks. But then again,
it's a legendary district, and a hell of a station too. It must be an honor and a curse to work with people like Price, McCoy, Berdiaeva.
Roberts, Feuerbach, Dimitri. Suddenly, names from your decomptage flash in your forebrain. The badge in your hand shines as you rotate it, catching light. Great news. The boat is big enough for a grown man like you to fit underneath it in a supine position.
Huh? Sarcastic self-pity is not what we need at this moment, officer. I understand the situation looks grim, but we must continue with our investigation.
You have a home somewhere. All cops do. When this is done, you can return. These are some wonderfully regular pants. Not too tight, not too loose, moderate in every sense. I know you do. These Inter-Estellari pants are like wearing a perfect compromise in your nether regions. No one will call the moral intern on you like this, that's for sure. You're a little more moralist now, buddy. A little more normal, even if you didn't want to be. You're not sure about the melody, but it might be South Samaran, possibly Sigayan, also known as the apricot suzerainty.
Welcome to the fishing village. Please lean in closer. I have cataracts. Oh, welcome, police officer. We don't cause any trouble around here. And we don't want any trouble either.
We are not here to cause any trouble, madame.
Oh, of course. Last time we saw you around here was 12 years ago. You also came to take care of trouble then. Wish you did. But still, in Martinez, you're considered an ill omen. Maybe they are afraid. Because you're an ill omen. But you're still welcome here. As long as men with guns aren't chasing you. And maybe even then. Because that's the kind of fishing village we've built. I'm sorry there's not a lot of room to park the motor carriage, and not a lot of houses, or a lot of people. My kids are long gone, searching for treasure. So are others. Ah, look at me ramble on. What brings you to us? Stay? Most people here are trying to leave. That said, if lodgings is what you're looking for, I've got a free room in the shack. I won't charge you for it. Take it as a gesture of goodwill from the village to the RCM. That's exactly how they get ya. That's why we built our own cinder block houses on the seaside. So we don't have to give money to those crooks. They might not look like much, but they are ours. Don't make an old woman regret opening her house to the police.
Well, if you are not in the hostel in the morning, I'll know where to find you. Here, in a shack.
He's a little relieved you're no longer in that room.
Me? No one. Just an old washerwoman. Mother called me Isabel, if that's what you're asking. And my married name is Sadie. Now it's your turn, Mr. Your parents must have had big plans for you. Wonder if you measured up.
The question must be prompted by your sloppy posture. Straighten your back, man.
Not much. There's the abandoned church, the DeLorean Church of Humanity. It's been there since before my time, even. Some things just don't fly, officer. Look around. Who'd go to church here? They built it 300 years ago. Must have been nicer then.
So, they don't hold services there anymore? The Ecclesiastes?
No, they've tried, but things just keep happening. Crime, accidents, other things. The place never stays open. It's a pity. It used to be such a nice church.
She's not telling you all she knows. Keep her talking.
Well, there's that music. Music from across the sea. It started a few days ago, and now it's blasting, even through the night. And now, suspicious-looking people are sneaking around the church. I don't like that.
Interesting. You could look into this ruckus if you have the time.
Before you get to the church, there's some ruins, an apartment complex, or some kind of electrical plant. Run-down bunch of houses, empty. Of note, the old fish market up on the boardwalk, but it's closed. What? You're one of those real estate people with big plans? If you want a development opportunity, you can check out the abandoned building over at Land's End. Used to be a supply depot, we think, sending goods and ammo across the bay. It's jammed shut though. We tried to get in, see if there was anything to sell or scavenge, but it's impossible. And now you know everything there is to know about this coast. Just us. It's barely a village anymore. almost don't exist. This is pretty much a known place. A gap, a blank spot on the map, just a cluster of nameless shacks on a nameless street.
The place is so pornographically poor, it's not even funny.
Here, for you, no officer. The only money we have here is some coins the drunks tried hiding from their women and then forgot about.
Under carts, boats, in little boxes, it's not hard to find.
Over there, you can find more of the same. Shacks and trees growing wild. That's the pox. An old military hospital and its surroundings. Or it used to be, during the time of the suzerain. After the war, it was turned into a goodwill hospital for shell-shock veterans and folks looking for some quiet in the old sanatorium gardens. Now the area is crisscrossed with nameless streets and makeshift cinder block houses, shacks as far as the eye can see. The goodwill ran out. The staff left and the place was shut down. It's long gone by now. The lack of wealth is the one thing we've got in abundance.
Riddles fits with the general ambiance here.
Aye. Sometimes it's as though I'm also gotten lost inside this nameless nothing. Oh, it seems to be a common theme these days. Maybe it will be easy, but right now you want something from me, right? Well, there's Lillian and her kids. A few new folks live in the house to the east, but they are away right now. And then there's the drums. Not a pretty sight, but there's little we can do about it. Home is home, even for them. Sooner or later, you'll see for yourself. Don't have to look long to find these guys.
She nods, rinsing another piece of cloth.
Eh? What's this about? Come now, I can't read all the scribble. Tell me what it says. Huh, I might be half blind, but it looks like part of the village is gonna be a street. The best part, the part we need to get out of our houses. Have you asked Lillian about this? I won't even consider signing till I know she's on board. She's right over there, the dark-haired woman, leaning over the railing. Yes, you do that. Can't let fat Mr. Clare down now, can you?
She is not impressed by a cop running errands for a local bigwig. Not at all. The door has seen better days.
I'll wait outside to give you some time and private after we are done with the day.
The key turns. On the table, you see a bowl of water, a rough soap, and next to it, a small hand mirror. The water reflects back a vague image of your face. Nose bulbous and red, hair unkempt, wrinkles lining the up. Your hand trembles as you scratch your cheek. Oh no, That's not how a grown man shades. Stop, for crying out loud. You're gonna cut your own throat. Your hand refuses to move another millimeter. A small trickle of blood. An old mirror hangs on the wall. You see the reflection of your face in it.
Hi, officer. Anything I can help you with?
You've graduated to Lawbringer now?
Men with authority have their quirks. Comes with never being second-guessed about anything. So what brings you here, Lawbringer? A fishing village on the seashore. This place doesn't really have a name. It's sometimes called Elysium. The sign on the street leading here is illegible. Has been since they built this place. The name is Lillian. People call me Netpicker. I think...
Indeed, you're always ask her about the cool sword. Helps to...
Unfortunately, the factory sold this one with a 3-year warranty instead of story. It's to intimidate folks, mostly. Not really. I know some basic moves, and I know it sure as hell beats a knife when you're in a tough spot. It's a regular mass-produced sword, like a shovel or an axe. Nothing fancy, just for intimidation. From time to time, people need a lesson in respect. That's just the way it is. Back in the day, I caught the eyes of many men. And believe me, men need a lesson in manners from time to time. Sure. Animosity. But boys will be boys. And God knows we don't have many around. So far, the sword has been enough to keep them in line. No, I'm afraid not. Tempting to confiscate the blade I use to keep these animals in check would put me in an early grave. What makes you think we haven't? The truth is that almost everyone in this life is scared and tired and stupid and too dull for that. That goes for men too. But they put on an act for us. Pretend like everything's good and living in shit doesn't bother them. Like anyone falls for that. No one wants to talk about how frightened they are. But only frightened people are really dangerous. And plenty of them are dangerous. Some went to patch their wounds, their lesson learned. Others were more thick-headed. And one of them, I ended up marrying. Gone. To the waves. The sea took him. It was a long time ago. He didn't respect the sea. Went out there, drunk like a skunk, and sure enough, one day the boat was found floating empty. A bloated corpse turned up 2 weeks later. Now, before you tell me how sorry you are for my loss, know that it was 4 years ago, and I've moved on. There's only so much mourning you can do for a drunk with sinewy muscles. Us working folk don't have the luxury to be bedsick with melancholy. I buried him, mourned for an appropriate amount of time, and went on. Life didn't really change that much for me and the kids.
This is neither a touchy nor a very interesting topic for her. She looks like she's ready to go on a date with another, better, drunk. Ask her. Both of you could need some action.
Like I said, fish mostly. Sail the waves, take care of the kids, pick nets. Right now I'm tarring a little skiff. Sometimes I also walk to the beach to see what the sea has given up. The sea is full of surprises.
Keep it professional, man. Don't make it sound like you're hitting on her.
Wood, pieces of glass. Every once in a while we see dead bodies. Human, animal, fish, other odd sea creatures. A mine washed ashore once. Bottles, drugs also. Lost cargo in general. Most of the time it's just wood and glass.
All right. Major choice moment. You only get to ask one thing. It would be weird to say them all. Choose wisely.
And go where? The fish are plentiful here and we get enough orders to get by. It's not great, but it's something. Exactly. I don't mean to complain about my sad, pauper life. We do manage all right. We're tough people here. Sure is. The sun, I call her, coated with a fresh layer of tar just yesterday. It'll take some time for it to dry, assuming the sunny days continue. Let's see. Who are you looking for? Yeah, I'm not really looking for that anymore. Not much into the middle-class ones either. I could use some landed gentry, but apparently they don't make those anymore. I wish I could help you with that, but I haven't seen your working-class husband. Maybe I can help you find someone else.
She seems genuinely sorry for not being able to help you.
I don't think I know what these are. Care to elaborate? Aha! Like snowmen. Two odd guys have been wandering around here, nose in sand, talking nonsense about snowmen and the like. I don't really know. Further down the peninsula, I guess. I mean, that's where they were heading. Who else are you looking for besides snowmen? Well, how can I assist you then, officer? Where are you? This says by signing, I agree to living with construction noise. What exactly is the Union building? What a nice idea. Wouldn't have thought, but...
She sounds incredulous about the niceness of the idea.
Aye, if you say so. Probably better that way. I mean, who likes construction noise?
Good to see you, friend. Do I have deals set up for you, buddy boy?
Does he actually know you? Or is he just shopkeep friendly?
So what do you want? I've got smokes. They're cheap. Very cheap. I've got Pilsner. Great deal. You won't get a better deal on that piss. Spirits I can let go for 300 real. I also have speed. And by speed, I mean amphetamine. See, friend, it's real valuable. Worth every real, if you catch my drift. Got it from a bit of a business venture. You know what's crazy, actually?
He's finding it difficult to focus his watery gaze.
What?
Keep him talking.
This guy. Oh, this is medicinal spirits. The good stuff. Got it from the doctor's office. I got one of those scientific ampules a few months ago. Torpedo, they call it. It's supposed to keep a man from taking a drink. Didn't stop me for shit, that's for sure. 5 lemons with half a pack of butter and you're good to go. It really isn't. In a week, the goddamn kidney started giving me all kinds of hell. Finally, the missus took me to a private doctor's office. Not a charity, the real thing. Those arseholes. Those arseholes charged me £4 to remove the damn thing. But I came out on top after all. But the idiots left me alone in there. Now, I used to teach high school biology. I know what doctors use to preserve dead things. It's like 3 cans of this blue medicinal stuff from the back room. Threw the snakes out and voila! What's left is this beautiful blue stuff. 98.7%, almost pure alcohol. Two I already sold to these fine gentlemen here. But this last one is yours for £3 if you want it. Yeah, be careful. It's extremely flammable. One spark and the entire city of Revachol is wiped off the map.
Feels like someone set a mustard field ablaze right inside your nose, then drenched it in tear gas. Your nose is a singular source of pain, but at the same time you don't remember the last time you felt so alive. In all fairness, that might be attributed to the retrograde amnesia.
So, what's the deal, friend? Want the spirits or not? So what do you want then?
His tone is aggressive. You're getting on his bad side now.
Finally came to your senses, buddy boy? Ain't nobody else gonna give you a price like that. Had to let life squeeze you to get that, huh? Sure, friend. People are just so impatient these days. So that'll be £3 from your pocket to mine. And at this price, you're practically robbing me. Just make sure to enjoy that one, friend.
If you drink this, then you'll die. That's a fact. And that's why we're going to save you from yourself and store this as a sellable item. Go sell it at the pawn shop for a profit.
Sure, friend. You know it.
Don't mind old Rosemary here. He's a buffoon. Let's have a word after your high-concept transactions. I'll give you the lowdown.
Hi, by amphetamine I mean speed. Sure did, buddy boy. That's why I said amphetamine. I mean speed. I mean amphetamine. I got both. Aye, that's what I said. Good, my man. Now what can I offer you? Oh, the system's been good to old Rosemary here, and I'm milking her like a bitch goat in the backyard. You see, friend, man makes his own luck, and I made mine real good. Got my hands on 3 bottles of liquor exquise, sold 2 to the fellows around here, and immediately invested the profit. Bought cigarettes, bought beer, even bought a bit of speed. And look at me now. I've got everyone on my hook.
The hook? Where is it? I can't see it.
Hermit? Who gives a shit? You want to buy something? Grease the wheels, buddy boy. In the civilized world, it's a custom to tip the shopkeep, friend. But come back anyway.
Hey, Tequila! Good to see you. how's business? How's the whole reality situation treating you? So what's happening? Yeah, Tequila Sunset. How are the, high-concept, reality-based adventures proceeding?
He says it like it's obviously your name. Like you call someone Billy Brunel or leader of the 4th Street Gang. Good. These people know your true name. Looks like it has preceded you, Mr. Sunset. More on that later.
Not this again. I was hoping that we were done with it.
Only echoes remaining of human faces? That's a pretty good apocalypse. I wouldn't mind if it came down to that. Things aren't going super well for Idiot Doom Spiral either. Haven't found those keys yet, haven't won that great piece of ass back. No word from my business buddies. What's it about? I'll let my hand address the situation. Maybe you've heard. I used to be a very successful businessman. I've signed more than a few lease forms or whatever the fuck they were. Anyone's got a pen? The pro's gonna do it.
I got a freebie when I purchased a whole carton of cigarettes. Smoke cigarettes, get a free pen. Deals don't come any sweeter.
The writing under the Tiny Crown logo reads, Royal Extra.
Thanks, Rosie. Hey, Abs. Hey!
Don't you? You call Abigail?
I need you to sign this document right here. It's important.
Don't call her.
Don't call Abigail. Great job, Abs. Nailed it. Hey, guys. We're heroes.
About fucking time, man. I've done my duty.
Don't call Abigail.
Thank you for your services, gentlemen. Should we go and mail these? I think I saw a mailbox on the plaza.
Okay, what's on your mind? It's you. You're Tequila Sunset. We've met before. Don't you remember?
No, you sure don't.
Aha. Do you want to know how Tequila Sunset came to be?
Tequila. Tequila Sunset. Something ominous there.
Let me take a sip to moisten up my cords. Tequila Sunset rolled into Martinez last Friday. And by Tequila Sunset, I mean you. The man, the myth. Hey, let's not jump ahead of ourselves. This is your story. Stop interrupting. You got here on Friday to solve a case, hoping to be the early bird who gets the worm. And by the worm, I mean the buzz. Because as far as I know, all you did was get piss drunk. Word on the street is you went around the local hostel telling people that you're a police officer, and that it would be really fucked up if you shot yourself in the head, right in front of them. That's pretty high concept, if you ask me.
The lieutenant's brow is furrowed. He's listening as casually as he can.
Hey, man, I'm not judging. This life's a valley of woes. Some of the highest concept people in history have killed themselves. And been drunks. Either way, it was a late Saturday night when we, the Union of Moribund Alcoholics, got our drink on. Nothing remarkable about this. We get our drink on 24/7. Makes everything warm and glowy. I trust you know the feeling. One moment we hear the sound of a motor carriage revving up somewhere on the plaza, followed by a series of dings and bangs.
Do you remember the sound of wood cracking? The billboard?
Naturally, loud noises pique the interest of anybody owning a pair of ears. That's just the reality we're in. Anyway, there was a brief silence. A gasp of silence, if you will. Followed by a real commotion. We heard the carriage careening towards the coast at top speed. Sounded like someone jumped the canal. We grabbed our brewskis and rushed to the jetty. Never underestimate the speed of an alcoholic. What we saw was a sight to behold. A beat-up police carriage containing you. Right there on the beach. You revved the engine and screamed at the top of your lungs, "The time hath come!" So, naturally, being the curious cat I am, I asked what time hath come, to which you replied, "The time hath come for tequila sunset, the end of all things." After which, your reality contracted. You jammed the pedal, plowed right off the jetty, and through the ice. We ran towards the ice, whilst you crawled your way out, miraculously unhurt, covered in seaweed and shit, like some kind of sea monster. When we finally got there, you were sitting on the beach crying. You said that your badge and uniform were in the car. It was too late to get in there, though. The carriage had sunk too deep. Recognizing a brother in need, we offered our condolences and invited you to party with us, which you naturally agreed to. We asked about the whole tequila sunset thing, and you told us it was your name now and insisted that we all call you that from then on. Nah, that name sucks. You're Tequila Sunset. Just embrace it, brother. Ours. It was an all-night drink-a-thon. Then, at some point, I think it was Sunday morning, you got belligerent and wanted to talk about Revacholian women. How they're beautiful and also whores and so on. How one of them fucked you real bad. After a short while, you crossed the event horizon, looked sullen, got up, and left without saying anything.
Wow, that's quite a story.
Yeah, I bet Tequila's a fucking legend around the precinct. You must be proud to work with him.
If you only knew.
You were pretty vague about it, but you kept saying you got fucked real hard, and that we've all been fucked too.
Please, don't open that door.
No one's fucked me. I do the fucking around here.
Abigail!
It seemed pretty painful, to be honest with you. If I had to guess, I'd say you're still working through some shit. Beside your gun and your badge, you said something about your hope or heart or something. To be honest, the details are a little hazy. In retrospect, I guess you lost your motor carriage too? That's a big one. You told us that they were a bunch of fucking losers whose main interest was cramping your style.
It's more like you were cramping theirs.
No specifics, though. It was more about you that night. You were the star of the show. Yeah, you said it was no biggie and that you'd solve it in no time. And that you didn't need anyone to do it. You're doing it solo now.
A lot of cops go solo and hermit once they reach that level of alcoholism.
It's not meant as a joke. He's sorry for the hermit cop.
Yeah, you said that it was okay that you crashed your carriage because the spectral hand of the market was guiding you. This was before you started talking about how the Pinkies were always trying to fuck you. You kept telling us that in your work you've seen a lot of blood, but that it's nothing compared to the great bloodletting to come. I believe you mentioned something about the ground cracking open to swallow cities and dreams alike. Yeah, I remember that simile, or whatever the fuck they are. It's a hard thing for a man to confront his past. That's why I avoid mine at all costs. We are saving the world.
Please! Please don't go! Don't go!
Okay, we're drinking. We're drinking alcohol. That's what we're doing. I tried to save the world once, a long time ago, with enterprise, creativity, and willpower. But that didn't work out. So now, it's a pirate's life for me. Whoop-de-doo. So now, I'm a fucking storyteller. Right, why not? Better than a beach bum. It depends, really. Are you willing to help me out?
You might get scammed here.
Booze. Did you already forget our party? The thing I relayed to you earlier. So, have you got anything for good old idiot Doom Spiral? A bottle for a story. Seems fair to me. That very well might be the case, but looking at you, I can say with great confidence that I needed more. You too, Tequila Sunset.
You take the legal documents out of the youth center. The noxious odor emanating from the drunken man is strong and familiar.
Don't you call her? Yeah! Abigail. Oh, Abigail. Abigail.
You're not going to get anything out of this guy. He snorts and beckons.
Don't call Abigail.
The man hiccups, then mumbles.
Don't call Abigail!
There's no use in...
The drunk man starts...
Don't you fucking call her! Don't!
There was little chance he'd be a reliable witness in...
A drop in temperature, an easy flow there. An empty street. Before you, a thoroughfare unjammed with lorries. No more drivers smoking on hitch steps. Just silence. Chemically sweetened. Across the road, a forgotten bus stop. Corrosion has opened a hole in its roof. An elm tree watches over the building. Its branches are dripping with rain and snow. The road is smooth and motley. Craters filled with a black asphalt. The asphalt, first laid, is grey already. A row of tenements are under construction in the distance. A tub warm with water, white with soap. A man bathes while radio waves transmit the lottery numbers. 4, 18, 21, 4, 1. A modern washing machine rattles a drawer full of silverware.
No, mä oon pelannut tän kahdesti läpi. Tää on hyvä peli mun mielestä.
Number 312D. Young girls used to come here, huddled up, hoping for more warmth than their thin coats give them. The bus took them to school. It has not run for 8 years. There were not enough girls to sustain its cost. Craters pocked the surface. Children played in them until heavy trucks full of black pitch rolled in. The landowners have filled the craters with money. It is a vital artery of the flow of trade. There's one bump on the road. A dead dog lies flat about 200 paces away, right at the turn. Tragedy comes from the wheels of a fast RCM vehicle, hurrying to work. The cold washes over you. The sound of the sea has grown distant.
Juu, tää voi aika monella eri tavalla
The wind moves the aerosol.
pelata läpi.
A detective stands behind the boom barrier.
Sinänsä ihan hauska, että on jotain järkeä useammassa pelikerrossa.
clutches a small stuffed animal.
It's a grouse.
You might be able to get on Gart's good side if you make up for the skewer you broke.
Sure. I mean, you already took it. I don't like it anyway. It looks angry. It's Lammy. He's my friend. Sort of. Like...
Lambie is a stuffed lamb that, admittedly, has seen better days. One of the eye buttons is missing, and the fur is tattered in several parts.
Yes. Very soft.
Press your damn cheek against Lemmy, okay?
Isn't he soft? Yes, I am. Little Lily. You know my mom? That's nice. My mom is great. She's never angry or anything. Bye!
Mä oikeastaan pelaan tätä uudestaan vaan sen takia, koska tähän tulee toi voice actingit useammalle hahmolle. Tässä on älyttömästi dialogia. Jep. Ja kun mä sanoin, että tässä on paljon dialogia, niin tässä on siis oikeasti tosi paljon. Mä en muista paljon se oli, olikohan se jotain kymmeniä tuhansia sanoja niinku dialogia. Et sitä on suhteessa siihen, että tää tavallaan on lyhyt peli ja tavallaan ei ole, koska mulla on mennyt 10 tuntia tyyliin ekassa päivässä.
And Mikhail noticed the windows, especially with how there are no windows on the south side. This was to deal with. You officers, come to investigate the historic subtext of West Martinez? I'm Khan Hailostam. You must be Kim Kisuragi, right? I was just telling my son about this building. Not a lot of people realize the historic significance there. Very rich in hypertext.
Nice to meet you.
Oh yes, so Mikhail. They had to deal with monitor glare, especially in the summer. They still had vector monitors back then. That was 49 years ago. So they didn't have windows on the south wall. Yes, hypertext, young carp, and the collection of cultural hyperlinks. No, I can't say that we've met before, but I've heard of Kim, of course. Mikhail, say hi to the officers. Mikhail's a little tired today. We spent all night trying to run Orbis on his radio computer. Have you heard of it? It's a programming language used in Grad. Quite tricky, but he wanted to play this Grad-made adventure program. We've been getting really into verbs lately.
The man speaks in the artificial cadence of a professor, or someone who's been on too many radio shows.
But I assume you're not here for giant worms when there are so many real things to see. Just as I was telling Mikhail before, this is where the Coalition landed in 08. We could be standing on what is the most interesting landmark in Revachol West.
This man is your half-brother. You feel it. But why? Wow, get a load of this guy. He really enjoys his trivia. The Orbis programming language was named after its inventor, Victor Orbis, a cybernetician from Grad. They run Vox in the Occidental countries.
Aha! But it's not just any empty old building. What not a lot of people know is this used to be the R&D department of Felt Electrical. And Felt, which now sells ink cartridges mostly, was once a top dog in the turn-of-the-century cybernetics group.
Hold on. What's R&D?
Apologies, it's an acronym for research and development. They don't use it anymore. You're probably more familiar with RTD, Research and Technological Development.
Mea culpa. You are not familiar with that one either. This man is a bookhead. It looks old and weathered, with seagulls picking apart its stone and metal carcass. Bushy undergrowth has taken hold of the collapsed rooftop. Some kind of bird has set up a nest on a broken windowsill.
That's not surprising. Only a vestigial ink cartridge and ferrotape manufacturer remains. They started out as a midway electronics outfit in Königstein 2 centuries ago. After an aggressive move to Revachol, Feld became a global player in the emerging personal electronics market of the pre-revolutionary era. Still, Tricentennial was beating them in business machines. But Feld had an ace up their sleeve, or should I say they were developing an ace up their sleeve? I'm mixing my metaphors here. It was here in Martinez, possibly in this very building, that they developed prototypes for a tape computer. An elegant folding mechanism of rollers and ferrotape ribbons, portable enough to be a take-it-home solution, revolutionizing business machines, possibly even bring them to the average consumer. Which is a feat of engineering even today's giants, Rehm, ICN and ZAM, haven't achieved yet. Indeed. What?
The revolution!
Unfortunately, their moonshot project never made it to the market. Feld's move to Revachol backfired. The revolutionary government liquefied their assets and expropriated those very advanced prototypes. Possibly from this very building, or one of the adjacent ruins. All of this was built by Feld, even the boardwalk. Wild Pines built Martinez proper as a resort for their middle management. Feld built this side of town for R&D. Actually, no one knows. No one even knows what a computer made entirely of tape would look like. But word has it, they were very elegant, exquisite, alien-looking turn-of-the-century hardware.
Buckle up.
10 years ago, I did a little freelancing, I guess you could say. I was a special consultant for an exhibition at the Womty Dumpty Dum Center in Vredefort, Oranje. It raised the same questions, and we had lengthy discussions with Paul Ockerman, who was head curator at the time. This was before the twins Keith and Guy Hughes joined the team, trying to...
Wait, did he just say Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center? He did it. He said Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center, like it's the most natural thing in the world. What the hell is a Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center? And who the hell are Keith and Guy Yost?
The Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center for Contemporary Art. The exhibition itself drew on Lagerman's notion of memory, and so there were some parallels. That's why the head curator, Paul Ockerman, chose to... In fact, I'm not. The Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center is a place you can visit if you're ever in Vredefort and are ever in the market for an exhibition space / contemporary art research center. But perhaps I should return to the tape computers. As I was saying, the device itself was very elegant, fragile even. One could write directly on the tape using a special chemical solution. The machine would then analyze the handwriting, perform operations, and project output onto a white screen. It was a beautiful, delicate thing.
Made of black film and folding tape structures.
Even one would be very useful. Though I understand the socio-economic causes of the revolution, it pains me to imagine the revolutionaries setting fire to the precious device. But so they did. The Felt playback experiment vanished into the fires of '07. Yes, the official name of the prototype. Some sources report it as the Felt playback experience, but those are incorrect. Who knows? Maybe it was an accident, or maybe they didn't want the technology to end up in the wrong hands. Either way, they're all gone now. All 3 versions of the prototype. Nothing but debris and ashes remain inside that building. Yes, they even built a pleasure wheel, but that got destroyed in the war.
A pleasure wheel?
Perhaps reminded of a childhood memory. It's clear he would prefer there were a big wheel lighting up the coast.
Yes, to lure in their star engineers. This part of Martinez was nothing but reeds before Feld arrived. They had to make the prospect of living here attractive. It was supposed to become a global center for innovation in cybernetics. But history had other plans. Oh, I'm afraid it didn't end well for the boys. But this story is a bit too dark for little Mikhail here. Now, if you were to ask about tape computers...
He means that the boys got shot by the communists. The boys were bourgeois.
Officer, I told you this chapter of history wasn't on Mikhail's curriculum yet. Let's keep this kid friendly.
The boy looks first at you, then back at his father, confused.
They used them for military communications, but also to write and send out press releases, the most notorious example being Le Décret de Mars. What's the Mars Decree? I mean the radio transmission sent out to news agencies and world governments by the newly created Commune of Revachol on the 7th of March in the year '02.
A short-lived legislative foundation for a short-lived utopia.
It's a beautiful piece of text, actually. A singer-songwriter I know, Charette, called it a love poem to Revachol on her political concept album, Comme Baiser dans ce Lind. You should read it. Every local library in Revachol stocks a copy of the decree. I tried to get Mikhail to memorize it. Tried to. Someone was much too interested in worms to be paying any attention.
The kid takes a peek at the green and silver worm on the cover of the book, already forgetting about this part of the discussion.
But of course, what else? I do have some money, yes, but that's not what's really important here.
No, I mean, come on, you need the money. If it's not a thing, he can give you some.
Oh no, I don't have it on me, officer. I was talking in more general terms. I'm just spending time with my kid here, showing him around the lesser-known parts of our hometown. It wouldn't be wise to carry huge amounts of cash on such expeditions.
Not that he would have to worry about being robbed. He looks surprisingly buff. Does he work out?
I do some Lomantang stick fighting now and then.
Lo Mantang stick fighting is a form of martial arts originating from the island of Lo Mantang. It uses slender wooden sticks for confronting the opponent.
Actually, a great many cultures have their own version of stick fighting, such as the sacred Mabolo tradition of the Harli people, a name deriving from the butterfruit tree traditionally used for crafting the long, slender sticks, whereas the sticks used in other cultures...
You doze off as he paints you a comprehensive picture of the history of stick fighting among mankind, seasoning it with unexpected pop culture references. Man, he's good at speaking. People must love him.
But anyway, I'm boring you with details again. You were saying? Lomantang stick fighting is a little like a Berolidin addiction. I've been practicing it for nearly 20 years now, so you could say that my doses have grown a little peculiar.
Wait, what does this man know about Pyrrolidon addiction?
You got me, Detective. But my history should hardly come as a surprise.
Dad's fighting with sticks every night after dinner for 4 hours. He has a special room for that, and a special costume.
That's right, Mikhail. It also has a meditative quality. Helps to clear my head. But anyway. No, thanks to you for having the endless Mikhail here to pick your brain. A very interesting conversation indeed.
Pick your brain? If anything, this was rather one-sided. He did the talking. Whatever. You see, a once bright mural towering above you. The signage has peeled off over the years, but you can still make out Feld Electrical R&D. A slogan used to intertwine with the loops a long time ago. Now, only a shadow of peeled letters remains. It says, tomorrow is just a whisper away.
Looks like tomorrow never came.
Hello, I'm Gary. How do you do, officer? Yellow man. I mean, officer.
The lieutenant raises his eyebrows slightly and takes out his notebook. Yellow man. Interesting. This is something to ask him about after a little probing first.
I'm just waiting for my friend Morel to finish up with his insect traps so we can return to civilization. I like nature, just not this bloody coast. It's mostly drunks and degenerates that come here.
Degenerates? This man respects authority too much. To see the truth inscribed upon thine own visage. Pretend thou art the paragon of virtue.
Oh, I didn't mean it in any scientific way. My mug? Why would you think that? I may have had a similar-looking mug in the past. That's all. Okay, I admit it. I threw the mug away in the trash container behind the hostel. I know I shouldn't have, and I am very sorry, officer. You're not going to find me, are you? Whew. Thank you. You won't regret this. I won't use another man's property to dump my garbage ever again. I don't know what got into me, really. Work has been stressful lately. Damn Koiko's price dumping us out of competition.
What did you do, Gary?
Nothing. Nothing. Just answering some questions. Helping out the law. Officer, please. Let me explain. It's not like that. I was only cleaning up. I live right across the yard from where he was hanged, and I saw him stripped naked. All the clothes lying around in the yard, smelling. People are animals, you know? Then I came out to clean up the rags because no one else would. I put them into the Whirling's trash, along with a broken mug, admittedly. Okay. I was coming to throw the mug away, and, well, I threw the mug there and the clothes too.
Right. It was just civic duty.
Exactly. That's exactly what it was. Civic duty. Armor? No. I mean, yes. Of course. I know he was wearing armor, but I don't know anything about it.
An infant could see he's not telling the truth, but he's too scared to admit more wrongdoing.
I know a guy who works with the trash collection services, CS Municipal. He gave me a master key for the trash containers of Martinez, so I can use the Whirling's trash compactor to store my own stuff. Garbage disposal is expensive as hell. The damn Bohemians run it like a mob. I'm sorry, okay? I thought I could cut costs. I shouldn't have. I shouldn't have disgraced myself.
Disgraced? No need for the histrionic, sir. It was, after all, just a trash container.
He studies his reaction. Gary doesn't answer.
I hope I could help your investigation, in my small way.
Does this mean you were in his apartment, admiring his colonial mug collection? Perhaps it would be interesting to tell him.
I told you everything I know, sir. I'm truly sorry for the mug, but I have nothing to do with that.
Uncomfortable shifting around doesn't make him the killer, though. It's something else.
No. I help Morel with research sometimes, and I've learned some things along the way, but I don't usually go in for picnics like this on my own. Not many Sealites here, or anywhere, other than Sale. I meant no offense, truly.
Do you remember how, when we met Measurehead and I said the next racist will be a really good one? Well, this is that racist.
I don't know who that is, but all I meant was there are not many Sealites around here. No problem at all. Sure do, officer.
His eyes narrow slightly. He's wondering where this is going.
How? Mr. Clare unlocked my apartment? So you work for Everard Clare? Officer, please tell him we're good. No, tell him I'll make it up to him. What have I done? He'll send the muscle after me. What could it be about? I probably talked too loud. In the Whirling. About some theories I had. Whatever it is, I'm done with it. I won't do it again. If there's anything I can do to assist you, or the Union, just ask, okay? I'll try to help if I can.
This scared him proper. He's positively melting from fear. Has to prop himself up with a lot of anger to keep it together.
The weather vane has turned. He cannot be unturned.
He clearly liked his squirming. He may even have changed his mind about the whole door-opening operation.
Always a pleasure to see an officer of the law. I mean, officers.
That shirt looks very uncomfortable on him. Look at the buttons, barely keeping that thing together, as if something is ready to rip out from underneath. It sounds like he's wearing some kind of armor under his clothes. You can't tell it's there just from looking at him. Probably stolen from the corpse in the yard near where he lives.
I knew you'd figure it out, officer. I'm sorry I didn't tell you at once. I was ashamed of what I did. And I didn't want you to know.
We're not detecting falsehood, sire. He's gearing up to admit the truth.
Gary, what's going on?
Later, Morale. I've got apologizing to do.
No, you've got explaining to do.
He sighs again, hangs his head, and unbuttons his shirt fully. A cuirass that matches the dead man's boots comes into view. Soon it is in your hands, smelling of his sweat.
Everyone was picking those pieces off him, and I was watching them do it. And they scattered his clothes all over the yard. Everything was smelling. So I went there to take out the trash and started cleaning up. All those rags on the ground, him swinging up there, and I had a lapse of honor, sir. I thought, he's a foreigner. They all say he wasn't from here. Only the cuirass was left. So I stripped it off him. It was early in the morning. No one saw me. I took it with me. It was a mistake. Had I known it'd give you guys trouble, I wouldn't have... Fuck.
We're detecting sincere contrition here, sire. He's not trying to flatter anyone.
It's okay. It was a loose end, and you are tying it up now.
I'm so fucking sorry I called you Yellow Man. Sealite officers commanded the suzerain's navy. Most of them sided with the king when...
They were thoroughly conservative men, he realizes suddenly. It's difficult to say what the lieutenant thinks of this historic apology. His face does not belie emotions.
Because I was weak. I should have told you the moment I saw you, but...
The hell, Gary? You in trouble?
I'll explain later. I always thought it was the Union, but I sure as hell won't go around saying that anymore. You have my word. I don't know, and I won't be running my mouth on this subject anymore.
This is all he knows.
Yes, absolutely. I will never do anything like this again. I won't mess with Mr. Clare either. You have my word.
Here we go. Nice and easy. No way out, little guys. Not out of this jam.
There's a cylinder on the ground in which the man is arranging some netting. It looks like some kind of trap. He notices you.
Who's there? Oh, the police. Hello, officers.
His self-conscious enthusiasm renders his movements ungainly. He looks like your understanding of a scientist.
To what do I owe the pleasure?
That's sarcasm. He takes no pleasure from your appearance.
Oh no, it's all right. I'm just busy. What's this about? Of course. Thank you for passing along the message. That damn water lock is broken, and we can't go all the way around the A81. You broke the water lock with a motor carriage? But there was a billboard in the canal. Not a vehicle. It said Samaran Butter. Why? Insane. Yes, okay, good. But you said the water lock is fixed now. So we can go back.
Did he say we can go back now?
Yes, Gary. We can go soon. If you see Lena, tell her I won't be long.
Sir, your wife is waiting for you.
I just have to do one more round. See if the phasmid has taken the bait. Then we go in. Hell no. I had no idea. And I'm still cross with him, to be honest. It's not like him. He's got his quirks, but dishonesty, disloyalty are not one of them.
Thanks.
I've just always liked animals and puzzles. Real. I know you think one is a respectable profession, while the other is superstition. Everyone does. Indeed, my methods do not differ from other scientists. I simply draw upon a wider variety of evidence. And I have more hope that something truly surprising might happen.
Your nerve endings tell you there is no such thing as a positive surprise.
Agreed. Yet there is always a chance, albeit a small one, of a truly good surprise. One simply needs to look at the history of science. Serendipities abound. No, as I said, I have yet to catch a cryptid, although I have come close. Close enough to keep trying. Everything from forgotten regional lore to newspaper accounts, like the one that brought us here, to look for the phasmid. I keep a very open mind.
He's interested in things that people believe that scientists don't.
Most establishment scientists only care about reputation and remuneration, not real research, and certainly not the truth. They're a cowardly lot. Both the field and basement archives can be dangerous places. No, very few cryptids are ever discovered, and not for a lack of trying. To stay hidden is a cryptid's primary quality. It's even in the name, cryptid. Of the list of cryptids kept by the Cryptozoological Society of Chemnee, which is 4,082 items long, about 2,000 have been confirmed as hoaxes. 2 are categorized as confirmed discoveries. The rest are in differing stages of discovery, refutation, and data collection. Yes, the Chateau Quan forest pygmy, who turned out to be an extinct species of primate, and a cave salamander from Hugo Grab, who is, honestly, quite unremarkable. It's in a zoo somewhere. We cryptozoologists are brutally honest with ourselves, more so even than the public. With cryptids, most cryptids are hoaxes or they are never found. That does not mean we should stop searching. Do you know what the success rate in pharmacological research is? 0.00003% of bioreactive agents have reproducibly beneficial effects. Yet science persists in the search for medicine, as we persist in our search for new species.
He has clearly done his math on this. There is no surprising him or swaying his opinion.
It's not child's play, just because I have to trade through the mud every so often. Yes? And I'm eager to return to her, I assure you. But I can't leave before we finish with these traps. My wife understands that just as well as anyone.
Come on, Morale. We've been soaking out here for days. It's time to go back.
And leave the traps? Absolutely not. I won't let Lena down.
Come on, she wants us back. I'm soaked up to my nuts over here. We'll both catch reed crabs if we don't dry out soon.
Of course it's important to her. She's seen it. A verified sighting, on record. One of only 40th century, and it's hers. Yes, that's how we first came to know one another, in fact. But that's her story to tell, not mine. Suffice to say, It's long been our dream to find proof of the Insulindian phasmid together. I can't abandon course now. Good. A good quality to have, both for a police officer and an experimental zoologist. Which is why we've been knee-deep in the... I'm expecting it to be quite giant. Good question. And I suspect it may have also developed other specialised techniques to protect itself from predators or scientists in our present case. It's my hypothesis that it has evolved certain electrochemical defences that allow it to interfere with animal perception, impeding pattern recognition, confusing the visual cortex. But I cannot describe how these defences work, much less how they evolve, without studying a live specimen. Typical rookie assumption. Insects are much more sophisticated creatures than those unversed in zoology give them credit for. Even simply catching a glimpse of the Insulindian phasmid would be the apex of of any cryptozoologist's career. But to study it and its defences, find out how it stayed hidden so long. Very little, I'm sorry to say. No one's ever captured a specimen, so all our information is based on first and third-hand accounts. Not yet. That's what makes it a cryptid.
Just out of curiosity, if there's no proof of its existence, how do you know it's real?
I know it's real.
It's clear that his obsession with the phasmid is driven by something more than the pure pursuit of scientific advancement.
By which I mean, I've heard enough first-hand accounts to believe quite firmly that the Insulindian phasmid is more than mere superstition. Yes, the most recent sighting was by a couple of teenagers along the coast here. That's what brought us to Martinez specifically. It's the first credible sighting in several decades. Admittedly, it's an unusual location for this species, but with all the sewage runoff upstream, it probably doesn't matter much anymore. I have to resist the thought. Such an extraordinary creature is doubtlessly highly resilient. After all, it's generally thought to be capable of parthenogenesis. Yes, the females don't need males to reproduce. Makes it easier for a species to survive in adverse conditions. Nature does not concern herself with ethical propositions. As a scientist, my interest is strictly dispassionate. I didn't expect you to take such an interest in our work here, officer. Well, be that as it may, I'd really appreciate the help. Bring it to me at once. Just make sure the trap is closed tight.
He's not comfortable with the possibility that you'll claim the find, but he's lying about this even to himself.
That's highly unlikely, officer. But in the event you do, I'll spray you with a pheromone mixture I developed. It's made of musk and research chemicals. The pheromone should attract the insect to you, or at least prevent it from bolting at the sight of you. It's quite potent. Will last you about a week.
I hope you're not buying this. It dispenses it without letting you touch the canister, so it would be precious like holy water.
It is precious. A single dose cost me 50 real to develop. Not that I expect you to understand self-financing one's own research. There are 4 in total. One is to the south, on this little peninsula, by the boathouses there. It's very near. Another we set in Land's End, to the northeast. It's behind a small sand dune there, on your way to the old radio tower. after the church. The third is set near the canal, where you crossed, by a concrete slab. A big thicket of reeds going up the slope, and among them... You should check at least one of those before returning to this one, since I just said it. This one's more of a technicality, but still, better safe and stupid than sorry.
That seems like a lot. Do we really have time for this extracurricular venture? Is it?
If you think it's important, you have been right before.
Right. Which means you two can pack up and go back to the whirling.
Finally, someone's talking sense.
Thank you for your help. Gary and I will start breaking down camp. If you have any more questions, now's the time to ask. We'll be gone once you get to it.
If it's more cryptid-related business you want to discuss, you'll have time for that later too. But what if the information is vital? On the hunt.
All right.
We would have to discuss. You need to ask him about specific cryptids. Cryptids you've heard about from Lena, or his friend Gary. He won't just talk.
Oh, everyone knows about that one. Thanks to Professor Mijanu being the talk of the town for a time. Although, probably because her life ended as a result of her work in Gutler, no one remembers her contributions to the search for the Nong-Ok, a flightless cursor owl found in the Seminine Isles. Its long legs permit the Nong-Ok to run faster than any other avian, perhaps any other animal, who knows? When it's not hunting its prey in this manner, the Ok hangs from tree branches, like a bat, waiting to dive on hapless prey below on the jungle floor. Mijanu liked extreme animals, you see. One of the few figures of the academic establishment I respect. Really a shame she disappeared. Oh, decades ago. In the 30s. I didn't know her personally, of course. The chasm of academic pretension still stood before us, even though she had unusual courage for someone from the other side. A willow person. It's a long story. One non-specialists would find rather dull.
Willow people? Not at all.
They're not people, really. Some argue they aren't really animals, as they seem to have evolved directly from trees. They're very, very thin, almost flat in fact, and can camouflage themselves easily, wrapping themselves around trees and blending in with the tree bark. In that way, they're not too dissimilar from the phasmid we're looking for here. Gary and I painted an entire grove's worth of trees in slow-drying paint. It was a bright lavender colour. I was hoping one of the willow people would get paint on it and not be able to camouflage itself. After waiting in hiding for hours, I saw a figure slip from one of the trees, a lavender shadow dashing through the grove. I chased it with a net. Not very elegant. You can't be elegant in the field. And, well, it was faster than me.
A lavender shadow.
I know you think we were snacking on funny mushrooms. It's easier to mock someone than to admit that the world might be more interesting than you've imagined. Furthermore, I'm not saying it was a confirmed sighting. I'm painfully aware of what goes into verifying such things. There is a serious possibility that I saw a squirrel or a trick of the light. I am my own harshest critic.
He makes it a real point here to sound falsifiable.
Confirmed. It's 100% verified and meets all the standards of an authentic cryptid sighting. By all means. Well, they may not look impressive, but Lena designed them quite cleverly, so I'm sure they'll do the trick. Simple. Attracted by the locusts, the phasmid crawls down the funnel and, having eaten its fill, can get back out. At least, that's the intention. The net isn't a perfect solution, but we didn't want to use anything that might damage the specimen's delicate exoskeleton. Yes. Locusts. Nearly all known phasmids are herbivores, of course. But we've hypothesized that the Insulindian phasmid might occasionally prey on other insects.
Inside the traps, a number of locusts crawl and tumble over one another in a tiny, chittering swarm. A meat-eating stick insect? Does it pretend to be the reeds as part of its ambush behavior? This seems unlikely.
They'll work, I assure you. The predatory hypothesis, using locusts as bait, accounts for the failure of previous efforts by other teams, which use plants. We have given this some thought. Thank you for your opinion. We have also included plant material in the traps to satiate your skepticism. Yes. What?
Humpty Dumpty Dum Center. You're at home, stupid cop. Not with the art crowd. You hate them. Everyone hates them. Even they hate themselves. It's nauseating. An industry built on sprezzatura and sparkling wine. And, let's be honest, tax evasion schemes. The Humpty Dumpty Dum Center is the heart of this unholy symbiosis of aesthetics and tax optimization. And now that you've internalized it, you can have a piece too. There's a trap in the reeds at your feet. Looks like behind you, the ruins of a residential building. Locusts up.
Big surprise. Anyway, 1 down, 3 to go.
You set that. A scattering of bullet holes is spread across the cracked wall, reaching from one corner to the other.
Correct. The density of the bullet holes is unusual, even in a general average bullet hole frequency in Martinez sense. Grim affairs. Meaning, this is a lot of bullet holes. Looks like fully automatic rifle fire. Something you don't see these days. The manufacturing and sale of automatic rifles was curtailed after the revolution. The destructive power of such tools proved to be too much. We do need to retain some humanity in this world.
A scattering of bullet holes is spread across the cracked wall. A row of ghostly shades stand facing the wall. There are many of them, a dozen at least, their heads lowered and eyes blindfolded. It's quiet. No sound, no movement. 10 meters away, other shades are lined up in an orderly manner, automatic rifles primed. A gust of wind blows by. The coats of the firing squad flap slowly in the breeze. A single person stands on the side. Snowflakes fall on the wooden planks and the surrounding sand dunes, covering the land with the white of innocence. A long time has passed since the moment of this fusillading. Rain and brine have since washed all the blood away. Not a trace remains. The abundance of bullet holes leads to two options. Either an inordinate amount of executions were performed here, or they did not use a conscience round, where only one soldier has the loaded rifle. Looks like this was a mass execution with everyone fully armed. The commandant, the one who gives the order, machine gun fire crackling through the air, the lights of the muzzle flashes dancing on his face. 7 men in combat uniforms and dark coats, holding automatic rifles aimed at the people. Soldiers from some side, but from which one? A host of men, probably in everyday clothes, ragged from the conflict and covered in dust. They were not sitting, a common practice for executions in some nations, as demonstrated by the height level of the bullet holes. They stand, facing the wall. It's impossible to discern any details about their personality or background. Ordinary people, familiar, each and every one of them. Leeches, fleas, and thieves, all the freeloader scum living off the hard work of others. Such is your belief.
I don't know. I don't know who died here, lined up beside that horrible wall. It could have been any of the parties involved in the revolution. Perhaps the ones executed here were the loyalist conservatives, killed by the communists at the start of the Civil War. Or it could have been the communists, put to death during the last stretch of the conflict by the coalition forces.
Remember what Trent Heidelstein said about Veld?
Another likely scenario.
Or maybe...
Yeah, it's very unlikely the coalition forces were the ones who died here. They were always the last ones against the wall. To be honest, if a coalition member was anyone in this situation, it was a commandant, the superior giving the orders.
A cold sea wind blows away the figures. little payphone under a yellow plastic dome. You could use it to call someone, unless you're out of change. You hear the tone. The machine is inoperable. Calling. Still calling. This feels wrong. Should you be doing this? End of tone. Someone picks up.
Pierre, is that you, Pierre? So nice of you to find the time to call me. It gets so lonely. Even the animals have died. Are you sure you're Pierre? Your voice is different.
Her voice is drowned in white noise. Sounds like waves washing a beach, growing in volume until the call suddenly disconnects. You get a sinking feeling. It makes you look if Lieutenant Kitsuragi overheard you. To your relief, he did not. Calling. Still calling. Someone with a masculine voice picks up.
Hello, Gerard speaking.
Hello, Gerard. Technically speaking, you're electricity. No, what you are is a surprise. Get his wife on the phone.
Who is this? Who the fuck do you think you are talking to me like that? Very funny, asshole.
Phone hanging up. Disconnect tone. Calling. 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 Still calling. Still calling.
Stop calling me, man. I'll get you your money, alright? I just need till tonight. Let me work. Testis. Hey! You're not Tessis. Screw you, and don't ever call here again. You're fucking with some serious people.
Disconnect tone. Calling.
I'm tired.
Sounds like he hasn't talked to anyone in quite a while.
Writing. I hate writing so much. But I have to get back to it.
The man disappears with a sigh. You do not hear the customary disconnect tone, just silence in the handset. The machine is still waiting for you to dial a number. Seems like it did not have time to swallow the coin. This sometimes happens. Lucky you. The call went too fast for the payphone to register. You can still make a new one without paying. You close your eyes and put your index finger on the rotary dial. Then pull down on the number. Then move one up. And repeat the motion. Twice. Strange. This is not how you started before. 414447. The rotary dial feels cold from the sea air. 1117361. Your fingers keep moving like a spider. Every time the ring rotates back with a little ring of metal, like a bell tolling. Yes, 45167451. You are going deeper now, into some unknown place, far away from this island of matter and its telecommunication networks. 451. You have dialed God knows how many numbers. The headset has been waiting silently to relay a signal. Surely nothing can come of this, you think. But it does. A connection. An ultra-long distance call. Your air fills with a crackle, the wash of a strange ocean full of white noise. A little bird starts ringing in there, not like the local calling tone before. No, a small ring in a cage of distortion, far away. A distant network of phones. Calling. Calling in the night. still. The handset starts slipping from your sweaty palm. Your breathing is heavy. Calling, 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 calling still. Then the ocean breaks. Out of the depths, a woman's voice emerges. Small. The dearest thing you've ever heard.
Hello? What? Oh no. Is that you?
This is too much. You need to recede.
Oh no, not this. What time is it? No, no. It's you, isn't it? It's you. Hmm. Who is this? Dora. Who is this? The connection is bad.
In the distorted distance, you hear someone turning next to her. Bed springs rattle. No answer. You're not sure, but you think you hear a man's voice in the background. It's covered in pain and white noise.
You're not a high net worth individual, Harry. You're drunk.
You only have 2, maybe 3 things left to say before the change runs out.
Oh, God. Do you know what time it is? It's so late here. It's 4 o'clock, Harry. I need to wake up in 2 hours. Yes. What do you want to talk about that we haven't talked about already?
This is bad. You feel your right hand on the handset cramping up with pain. She does not answer anymore.
Harry.
Disconnect tone. The machine ran out of money. You dial the number again. 26 pulls of the rotary dial. The machine eats the coin, and a terrifying ocean of distance rustles in your ear. In the middle of it, a familiar ring. Small, distorted, calling, 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 calling. It looks like she does not want to pick it up, Harry. Stop scaring her. Calling, calling.
Harry, please. Please. I'm going to hang up now, okay?
Phone hanging up. Disconnect tone. You dial the number again. Calling, 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 and calling for who knows how long. But the cold metal is hard, and you...
That's enough now, officer. It's military. A service depot of some sort. The washerwoman mentioned a depot up the coast. She said it was for moving ammo and cargo across the bay. This might be it.
You rattle the handle a bit, then push on the door with all your weight. It does not budge. Not only is it locked, it's also jammed shut.
We don't get in there. Frankly, you're just going to have to accept the fact that you can't get in through every single door.
No. We've gotten into every door thus far. That's what we do. We open doors. We're cops. That's our perk. Even Everard knew that's a part of our MO.
Yeah, I understand you. I like opening doors as much as the next guy. But this one is simply beyond repair, and we don't have the resources needed to open it. Relax. No one's hiding in there. If we can't open it, others can't either. And thus they can't get in.
At least you can think about opening it, about doors in general. They are, after all, fundamental to your life. Perhaps something useful will come from this. Someone has left an the cloth, if you can still call it. It's streaked with dried seagull shit and tangled with pieces of seaweed. A dangling arm suggests that there might be a jacket beneath the crust of filth. It seems likely that it was left in the surf until someone laid it out on this fence to dry out. Unfortunately, that just seems to have stiffened it into a shapeless mess.
Please tell me you're not taking that with you. A clue? You think our suspect is a seagull who's been defecating on unsuspecting jackets?
The lieutenant sighs. A poet could write 12 verses and still not begin to capture the profound vexation in that sigh. You should still take it. Awful and familiar. Don't you recognize it? That hideous pungency, that faintly cloying sweetness. Only death smells like that. Something cold wakes in the pit of your stomach. Fear. The signs of decaying meat. It announces itself from 24 meters away. A warning. A memento mori. The lieutenant has already brought a handkerchief to his nose.
Eyes up, detective.
There's some tear, an empty cigarette package, and a crumpled kebab wrapper. In the track, 2 empty bottles of Tallulah vodka, and no, there's more in there.
A tragedy.
Whoever tossed it here was a heavy smoker. Red Astra is the black market version of Astra cigarettes, known for their high tar content. You see traces of mayonnaise. It's no older than a day or two. No mold yet. It's hard to concentrate in the smell. The sea it lies on the boardwalk, his limbs bent and neck turned at an unnatural angle. Right next to him is an empty bottle of spirits. In his cramped hand, a chewing gum wrapper. Half of his body has slipped between the cracked boardwalk, starting with the left leg. The fall has left him broken, contorted like a sad puppet. The smell is not as bad as a 2-week-old corpse, but it's definitely heading there.
Hold on. Lividity is faintly pronounced. Whoever this is has been dead for 2 days. No longer. We need to investigate.
Another dead body. This is your job. Steel yourself. Calm now. Carefully. Just another day. Just another dead body. Breathe. He's wearing mud-caked boots, beige trousers, and an old brown leather jacket with a bright blue lining. There are traces of kebab sauce on his chest. A cool leather jacket with a bolt of blue? Oh no. This sounds terribly familiar. You find some sunflower seeds and a rain-soaked library card folded into 2. His jacket feels sodden and heavy under your hand.
Good. We should take a look at that library card after this is done.
The man has fallen through a crack in the boardwalk and hit his head against the metal bench. Coagulated blood covers his black hair. One of his feet is still dangling through the hole. A bad fall. It might have been dark outside. This place is a minefield in the dark. His expression is dull, like the sea behind him. Drops of water shining on his moustache. His eyes, empty and wide, look frightening in their frozen gaze. Height, 170 to 175 centimeters. Curly hair, stout build. Age, approximately 50 to 60 years. There's some dried blood on the metal bench, right where the corpse's head rests. The floorboards are rotten and slippery wet around the hole. An empty bottle lies nearby. A chewing gum wrapper is clutched in his fist. Grabowski spearmint chewing gum. Green leaves on the cover. The man's mouth is half agape from the terror of the fall. The blackness of death. Stench. You think you see white chewing gum too?
He ate the whole pack, right? It's to cover the smell of alcohol before going home. The worst thing is, I've seen it before. Almost the same scenario. Even the chewing gum. It's always the same.
A .75-liter Tallulah vodka with its cap missing. There's hardly anything left inside.
Tear all around us.
They screech under your feet ominously. It's hard to say whether the dead man's weight was the cause of the boardwalk to break. It definitely looks fragile. You see waves churning below. Something cracks beneath your feet. He could have easily disappeared into the sea through that hole, and you would have never found him. A dried chunk of blood covers the hair at the back of his head. An open wound. It's sticky and cold to your touch. This is what killed him.
I don't see any other major wounds, do you? Seems like the head wound was fatal. It's exactly the shape of the bench.
The entire boardwalk creaks in the wind as you take a step back.
Death by misadventure. He slipped and fell through the boardwalk. A truly unfortunate accident. If it wouldn't have been for that bench, he'd be alive. Oh yes. Some symptoms of acute alcohol poisoning could have definitely played a role here. Severe confusion, respiratory depression, unpredictable behavior. But I think that death arrived through head trauma, not liver failure. No, I don't see anything that points in that direction. For now, let's treat this case as a simple, albeit sad, accident, unrelated to the murder case.
Agreed. If this somehow converges later, why not? But keep...
What about it? The deceased ate some kebab. It's probably from a nearby place, maybe in the box.
Sometimes a kebab is just a kebab.
They'll seal this place off after the news reaches the coalition officials. I doubt that they have enough resources to actually repair the boardwalk. Not that sealing it off would keep anyone away. All it does is keep the city council's hands clean. It does seem to be a pretty straightforward misadventure, although there's still a question of identifying the body. Looks like one of the locals. He'd have to know this spot to come here. You don't just walk over here. But that's just a lazy assumption. What do you think?
A dead working-class man with a bottle in his hand? Don't deceive yourself. You know who this is.
The woman you met at the book stand? Why do you think it's her husband? The bright blue lining? Well, he's definitely someone's husband. From where I stand, I can see two options. We either take the case and follow the leads to identify the body on our own, or we report back to the station and leave this for our colleagues to handle. Alright, we should first examine the library card you found. Then we can call the station for Mike and Emma. Let them know we are taking the case.
Apricot chewing gum scented one. August 2nd, early late summer. You're getting off the streetcar in Le Jardin, east of the river. Her father and mother are middle class. The nylon of her little jacket rustles next to you in the dark like autumn leaves. Her heels click on the pavement. You're walking up to the gate in front of her parents' house. She takes out her chewing gum and you kiss her. A feeling like electricity flows through your whole body. Immediately, you know that you've entered a completely different world. As you hold it in your hands, it makes an uncomfortable crunching sound. It's a sordid, filthy tale, not for the weak. Are you sure you can stomach it? It occurs to you that you're not even holding the jacket itself, but rather the thick crust of jetsam and seagull shit that ensconces it. It smells like a dead sea creature, tangled in grey strands of seaweed. It must have spent quite some time in the water before the tide deposited it ashore. Somehow, it was carried or dragged to the boardwalk, if not by human hands, then perhaps the feral dogs that prowl the beaches at night. The faint impressions of many footprints are also present, though it's impossible to tell what kind or how many. Suffice to say, the jacket spent some time on the ground before someone draped it over the railing. The crust is hard. This jacket spent at least a day baking in the sun. Who knows what happened to it then? It's too late. You've already thought about it, and now your hands are covered in muck. Wasps, no. Then it'll just be on your pants. This is a disaster. You'll never get the smell out. The library card is folded into two. Billy is a unisex name. Whoever owns this card is... Most of these titles seem to be in the sci-fi genre. Some thrillers too. If lost,
good. We should...
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't keep you up. I can wash.
I could use a breather. It's been...
Well, hand it over then, and I must say, I'm proud of this one.
The sea's gonna calm down soon. I can feel it. The wind is turning southeast. What's on your mind, officer? Oh? Well, how can I... Oh. That's good to know, I guess. Why is it in the sea? Quite the sign. An eyesore, too. Situation calls for a funeral, if you ask me. Aye. Feels deserved, don't you think? Falling in the line of duty like that and all. Why odd?
Life World. Someone's been reading up on last century got vote.
Oh yeah? You won't even be able to get it out of the water. Take it from someone who's been through...
That's all we have time for right now anyway. Come back here in June and see how you feel about it then. It's not like it's going anywhere. Yes, that is a pity. But for now, let's...
The scruffy, he watches his brother kick. This one does...
Lily's our mum.
The stone kick, the other one laugh. Wow, so intellect.
Yes. Yes.
It doesn't look like he knows what that means. The stone kicking one.
He looks just like me.
The boy.
You're bad with kids. Maybe I am. No.
You're stupid.
Just a second ago, the first one was laughing. There's no system to this.
You're stupid.
The secrets of understanding the tongues of children have been lost to you a long time ago. Heavy wooden doors, more than twice your height, stand shut in front of. The carving on the door is block-like and angular. The surface is smooth from the wind, but moist to the touch. This cheap-looking padlock is sturdily built. You see a yellow... There is something blindingly modern about this symbol. Its modernness. This cheap-looking padlock is sturdily built. It shackles together a hasp and a staple screw. The padlock, should you want to get through, it might be easier to...
Maybe we should circle the building first. Yes, the pulsing...
There's something on the sea ice. Nothing happened.
I don't think that's going to work.
Your hands are clammy from the sea air. It hurt. The lieutenant looks up at the roof of the church. The padlock hits the wood like a knocker. With a resounding thud, your cold hand hurts from the impact. Congratulations. Heavy wooden doors, more than twice your height, stand shut. A minute or so of mauling away at the lock.
I'm not as...
The doors remain unchanged. A familiar apparatus. The reeds, the wind picks up this trip.
Another empty trap. Always up for...
Tequila, wonderful. Not much.
Hey, Spiral Boy!
Oh, shut up, guys. I'm telling a story here. Something happened to you. Something happened to me, too. My actual name is George, but around here, you already know. I was once a reasonably high net worth individual, a founder/junior partner at a high-concept creative services agency. When my story begins, I had just landed a major contract with an insurance firm. I used the profits from my agency to finance what I called a cultural incubator. Abstract value generation, value per person, high-concept stuff. I developed the paradigm, worked within the paradigm, but the burden of leadership weighed heavily on me. So I went jogging every so often to keep myself sane.
That's right. Getting a good run-in is important to maintaining your physical and mental health. Speaking of, when's the last time you did your laps, pork chop?
22 full-time employees, an all-star team, a potentially historical set of individuals. Worrying about them often kept me up well into the morning hours. It helped, truly. With my trusty Sansaric Lycra tracksuit, I felt like I could conquer the world. But now dreams are worn thin, much like my tracksuit. One day I left on my evening run. As you may know, it's impossible to clear your head when you're distracted by the sound of keys jangling in your pockets.
His eyes are clouded, his dilated blood vessels encircling his irises like stinging brambles. His eyes are your eyes.
So I removed the key ring and put the keys for the front gate and the apartment into different pockets to stop the jangling, you see? At least, that was the plan. I was halfway done with my usual lap when it started to rain. The reality situation became very wet, very quickly. I made my way back home and discovered that I didn't have the key to the front gate. I'd mixed it up with the key to the letterbox, which was useless. Ouch, indeed. Reality was looking rather grim just then. Me lying on my ass in a mud pit in the middle of a heavy shower. But when life knocked me down, I always got up. So I made my way across the yard. Standing in front of my apartment door, fumbling with my pockets, I realized that I'd also forgotten my apartment key. I wish I were, Tequila. I wish I were. Instead of my apartment key, I'd taken the key to the office. I rang my neighbors' buzzers. It was late, and most of them didn't even answer. Those who did assumed I was trying to sell them something and hung up before I could even explain the situation. People are naturally wary of ad men, you see. One moment someone chats you up, 5 minutes later you've bought a box of edible lingerie and a strap-on. I don't begrudge them, especially since I was known to be one of the best. Just then, I experienced a moment of clarity. I still had the key to my office. I could wait out the storm there. But when I reached my office, I remembered that I'd asked one of my producers to change the locks that day. And since I hired only the best, he'd already done it, and I couldn't get in. Anyway, long story short, life spiraled out of control. I haven't gotten into my apartment for years, and my girlfriend left me because she didn't want to date a homeless man. The company, well, you see where I'm going with this. So, now you've heard my tragic tale. What do you think? Like nothing you've ever heard, huh? Tequila, I've thought about this series of events for a long time. If there was anything else to it, I would have thought of it by now.
Why didn't you go to the authorities?
Well, at one point they came to me, but, you know, I didn't have any ID on me, so they tossed me in jail for 2 days. I can't say it increased my faith in the RCM. No offense, gentlemen. Me neither, Tequila. When I lost my keys, I lost more than access to my apartment. I also lost my leverage over humanity. I wasn't a high-concept creative director anymore. I was just some homeless asshole with a premium Sansaric Lycra tracksuit. You can't imagine what that does to a man's confidence. Anyway, that was all the story one bottle gets you. Almost empty, this one. Good fucking question, Tequila. If I knew the answer, you think I'd be hanging out on a beach in this formerly premium but now extremely dirty two-piece Lycra tracksuit? I used to own my reality situation. My business buddies and I had our own creative services agency. I had a nice apartment, an even nicer piece of ass, but somehow it all got away from me. Now I can't hang on to anything. Just last week I stole this nice new jacket, but then I lost it too. The only things I haven't lost are these two drunks. Tequila, it's a verifiable tragedy. It was practically brand new. Sure, it didn't really go with my Lycra threads, but it did itch a lot less. Say, you're a detective, right? Maybe you can help old Doom Spiral out. Solve the case of the missing jacket. What do you say, Tequila? Nah, this isn't it. Found? That's medium concept stuff. Totally not my style. It's a big world out there, Tequila. A lot of lost jackets in it. Don't know why you'd think this could possibly be mine.
Hey, Doom Spiral. Ain't that the jacket you stole the other week?
Not on your fucking life, Rosemary. What's wrong with you people? Like I'd be caught dead wearing fawn, like some low-concept bicycle courier. Tell you what, Tequila. Why don't you just hang on to that one? I'll get another jacket. Someday.
At least you got a nice jacket for your troubles. Okay, let's step aside for a second. I have something I want to talk about.
The 15th Indo tribe. Because there was. The 15th Indo tribe was comprised of 8 kids from Forberg and North Jamrock, running from wild dogs in the valley, hiding scents under rocks, and stealing clothes off clotheslines, and sometimes even the copper wiring of phone lines. You may have been one of them. This must be a childhood memory. The 15th Indo tribe was your Indo tribe, set to rule in Celinda. The rest of the kids are dead now. Car accidents and drug overdoses. Only you remain.
I've been meaning to have a little chat with you about your sense of style. It's just, well, you look more like a high-flying businessman than a police officer. Oh, God. Don't start talking like those people too. You know the expression, the clothes make the man? The right outfit in the right situation can make all the difference in the world. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, detective.
A warm smile.
Anyway, we should probably get back to the case. Let's go.
The worn and beaten wooden planks of the bench do not look overly comforting.
We can sit on benches after we've solved the murder. Let's go.
This trap's not too... The reeds bend forlornly. The constant distance, nothing but locusts.
Empty as all of them. One more of these and we're done. Of course. No.
Hello, hello. Let me know if I can help you with anything. The Coldima Madakwa. Sorry, I would never have guessed that you were that interested in ultrasonic sounds. Or birds, for that matter. That's fair. It's been a long time since my Coldima Madakwa hunting days. Once knew a group of young musicians who decided they didn't want to play music anymore and started looking for all kinds of interesting sounds instead. This was before, you know, lost touch with them after all of that. Cool or not, one of them was obsessed with recording the Coldima Madakwa, and he was one of those passionate people who know a lot about all kinds of strange things, so he got the rest of us to join in his search. We thought we did. We got together all these recordings of unusual sound patterns, compared them, cut them up and combined them into the Symphonia Coldima Madakwa. Unfortunately, I don't have any recordings from my old life. None at all, but I do have a tape with some ultrasonic sounds that might be what you're looking for.
Do we really have time for this?
This recording comes from down the coast. Wasn't looking to record anything specific. Just left a recording device there one morning. Keep in mind, I have to slow this one down enough to make sounds well over 200 kilohertz audible to the human ear. It will be strange.
As the hum grows louder, modulating but always unnaturally uncomfortably low, like it's coming not from the speakers, but also from inside your chest. Breathing is becoming difficult. He nods to you, reassuringly, just as more diverse, higher-pitched sounds, some random, some appearing to form patterns, hit your eardrums. Seabirds most likely, gulls and such.
And skewers, but
That's it. The signal in the noise. The thin whisper. A low range of sounds is easier to handle with a focal point, but still troubling. You are mesmerized by the sounds, but also feel nausea welling up as the motif continues, then begins to recede, dissolving in what must be the sound of water lapping at the bank.
you know, now that I've listened to it on these new speakers, it's not the Coldima Madakwa. Wrong patterns, wrong photons. Probably some insect trying to sing higher than its predators can hear. Still, fascinating, aren't they? Early morning sounds. Sure, let me have a look. Alright, let's see it. Oh, no, 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 no. I don't need bloodthirsty mercenaries knocking on my door looking for their missing toys. Besides, this gear costs a fortune. There's no one in Martinez with that kind of money.
It feels like he would have accepted the risk if he hoped to profit from it. It's not greed, though. Deep down, he's a gambler, provided the stakes are sufficiently interesting.
Anything else you're thinking of selling? Another time, perhaps.
The boomboxes wait on the shelves. And your boombox, that gold.
And here you are.
The portal reel is just what you needed. You press the large button marked Commencer, and the tape starts spinning. There's a small delay before the song starts. It sounds like someone's moving in the room, getting comfortable. Then the organ starts playing, a simple, melancholic tune echoing in the hallway. A lone singing voice joins in, telling you about the tiniest church in Cessons, surrounded by even tinier yard. You almost feel the seaside mist on your skin. It's mega sad. Within seconds you know, this is the one, the real shit you've been looking for. The one you trust your room to that Claudia told you about. Perform it. A click, then silence for a bit. Then the tape stops spinning. Of course you could sing this. You could take sad to a whole new level with this. And you already know the lyrics since you've listened to it like 1,000,000 times. Yup, they're all here. All 3 verses. And the B-side of the tape contains the instrumental version. It's like the world itself is telling you to do it. Only Gart, you have to convince Gart to let you sing karaoke in the whirling. The lieutenant looks at you as you remove the tape from the boombox. He doesn't say anything.
Everything's still cool here, officer.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Hold on, officer. I've got Central Jamrock Public Library on the...
Yes, this is Central Jamrock Public Library here. How can I help you, officer?
He sounds worried, yet ready to assist. This is how people get when the police call.
Billy Majon, you said. Give me a moment, I'll have to check our database.
On Moreau Drive in central Jamrock, in a darkened hall lit by orange desk lamps far away from the noise outside, a middle-aged man taps commands into an old radio computer. A printout falls on the desk. Behind him, a lonely reader scours some dusty bookshelves, looking for a paperback.
Yes, hello, are you still there? I found Billy Majon's home address, is that alright? No phone number, unfortunately.
They're too poor to have a phone line.
Here we go, sir. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33B, apartment number 20. It's in Martinez, I believe. Cape Side Apartments, it says. That's all.
That's where the smoker on the balcony lives, isn't it?
It says here that they returned their last book just a few days ago, but I wasn't at work that day. Marie? Marie? Do you remember a reader named Billy Majon? They returned a Tybalt book the other day.
Maurice, what? A woman yells. Then, yes, okay, if it was the police, she starts explaining something.
Yes, it was my colleague Marie. She said that it was Billy's husband who returned the book. He also asked for this new sci-fi release, Lowe's Radio City 87, but we don't have it yet.
Good. You have a name now.
Marie! She said it was an older man, and that she's pretty sure he'd had a drink or two the last time she saw him. 1 second. What was he wearing? Sorry, Marie wasn't really paying any attention to that. Sorry, no. Marie only knows him by sight. Marie knows Billy. She's been working here longer than me. Sometimes her husband returns some books for her.
And then goes for a little drink later. On the lookout.
Happy we could help. Goodbye, officer.
Anything else you need from me? One moment. Can you please describe the body? Age, sex, cause of death?
We suspect he might have been inebriated when he fell. There were bottles all around him, and traces of vomit on his shirt.
Any signs of violence? No field autopsy necessary.
You can hear her quickly typing in the background.
What about his belongings? Did you examine his clothes? Any information on the library card? Good. You have a lead. Do you and Lieutenant Kitsuragi want to take the case, or should I assign it to someone else? I have assigned the case to Lieutenant Kim Kitsuragi. Please follow up on this library lead to identify the man. We'll send someone to take the body to the morgue. That's all for now. Thank you for reporting in. Is there anything else I can do for you? 57th.
In the cabin, you see a set.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? It will take just a moment.
Her voices fade out.
Gottlieb, what you get yourself into this time? Look, pal, getting pumped and dumped is not a disease. People live through it all the time. You should be happy for her. You must have me confused for a close personal friend. I am not. I am a medical professional with a constant idiot emergency on my hands.
One needs tending to right now, he thinks, looking around the room. God, these apes. You hear someone whine in the background. My eye, Doc, my eye.
I didn't, but now I do. How's the drinking going? Great. Have a medal. I have an autopsy to attend to. An autopsy of one Chester McLean who died of fish poisoning.
Fucking, I'm not dead. It just hurts, okay?
Oh, it's you. I know a woman skilled at that sort of thing over in Jamrock, but I wouldn't want to inflict you upon her. Best of luck, detective. Mm-hmm.
Anything else I can help you with, officer? It will take just a moment.
Her voice is...
Gottlieb. Mm-hmm.
Anything else I can help you with, officer?
10-4, come in. Fireworker, over. 10-4, sir, glad to hear that. I'll write down that there is no need to issue a new one to you then. Over.
Feels good to get that off your chest, right? Celebration with beer?
Roger that, 10-10, over and out.
Kuno's like Kuno's dad? Kuno doesn't give a fuck about anything. Kuno's Kuno? Kuno thinks you have brain damage or some shit? Kuno cares?
Kuno, stop being nice to the pig! Step away from Kuno, fat-ass creep!
Ease off, see? Don't be telling Kuno what Kuno can do? What else you want, Pigman? Kuno doesn't...
There he still is, looking right through. There he still is, looking right through you with his white eyes.
Ha ha ha. Again.
The corpse laughs at you, pus dripping from its mouth.
You will never be able to hold it in. It's always too much.
Every time it happens, it gets worse and worse. There's nothing more to throw up now. All that's left is crying and convulsing dryly at the same time. The lieutenant is clearly at a loss.
Officer, you just need to be stronger. Learn to keep it in long enough for us to work. There's nothing else to do.
You can open this white check again by going to your character sheet and spending a skill point to upgrade your endurance. Gain new skill points by exploring and completing side tasks.
Relax. It's okay if you don't make it today. The bloated corpse isn't going anywhere. This orange machine is buzzing and turning the It's all gone now. You'll never become a poet. You slip your fit. If you want to try again, then you need to have the pry.
Equip the pry bar.
This orange machine is buzzing like... Two cables are plugged. Something...
Why did you do that?
The lieutenant. This orange machine is dead still. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner and an electric freezer. The turning the crank is all gone now. You'll never become a poet or an entrepreneur.
Hello, sir. How is the investigation going? Found any curses yet? Oh, that's great! I hope exciting adventures lie ahead. And maybe you can help Mother become less afraid.
you're alive and well. Don't keep me waiting now. What's in there? In that dark sarcophagus? Yes, yes. How was it?
Tell her how ghastly it was. You know it's what she wants to hear.
I knew it. Oh, such horrors that have been thrust upon us. But what else did you find? Did anything survive? No, of course not. Have you located the entity? A novelty dice maker? Well, spit it out. Why does she need the dice? For some kind of sorcery? Sometimes they use the ankle bones of sheep. I don't understand. If it's not her, then where is the source of the doom? How did she explain the curse?
The narrative she's built herself, it does need tearing down. To hell with it. Perchance you ought to just lie, sire.
Oh, how horrid! I knew something wasn't right about that place. Tell me, did you find a way to break the curse? What does that mean? Are you certain? Oh, but who am I to question your methods? All that matters is that the energies are retreating. I can already feel the curse lifting. It will be a long time until we're fully free of it, of course, but still. Thank you, officer. Truly, you've brought a better psycho-emanation to this humble bookstore, and that's no small achievement.
She so badly wants this to be over. She would have believed anything.
All right, then. All's well that ends well. Should we return to our ordinary lives?
Oh, yes. How's my precious...
The woman... A small mountain of colorful board game boxes. There are numerous types of games for... The display rack is brimming with rows and rows of here, maybe 100, not even close. Shelves filled to... Shelves full of browsing. Suddenly, high-speed love next to herbs like next to that.
I really must... I'm sorry.
Several the maps look old and faded. This bookstore is not strictly about crime, romance.
Officer! Ah. God damn it. Pull yourself together, René. What do you want? It's a Belle McGrave. 4.46 caliber. Breech loading. Revachol made. Good weapon. Accurate and reliable. This one's inoperable. The bolt spring is missing and the mechanism is jammed shut. Still a beauty. Where did you find her? I'm not surprised. There are probably lots of forgotten wartime weapons lying around here. Back in the day, everyone had something stashed away. As for the rifle, I don't know what else to tell you. These BM-446s are an antique. No one uses them anymore. The ammunition is impossible to find. There's nothing for you to understand here. It is not her death you are investigating. Revachol Fair of 91 in the Faubourg district. A parade was held to honor Guillaume Le Lion's name day, and the Carabineers marched in the place of honor. This was the happiest day of my life. Absolutely not. She died of pneumonia in her bed at the age of 79. This is highly usual. I was 22 when I returned from King Guillaume's Akira operation in the south and found my sweetheart in the arms of this wretch.
The Ikeda operation was a 7-year campaign, during which Suzerain Guillaume's army forcefully united the people in the southeastern part of La Petite Continent, collectively known as the Aikiela tribes under the Revacholian banner.
I won her back, but while I was dealing with some issue.
You were like a dark cloud sucking the joy out of every living thing around you. And you hurt her.
Dark cloud. That sounds unpleasantly familiar.
Those days and memories are gone.
The old soldier says nothing, but when his glance quickly runs over Gaston's face, there's an...
It is such a pleasure to see you again, officer. How may I head the citizens' militia on this fine day? Sure, officer. No.
The purity of snow always reminds me of... The purity of snow always reminds me of the purity of a man's soul, if he's got principles.
Unfortunately, there doesn't seem to be anything worth mentioning among your achievements. You should resort to good old lying. Unless you want to tell him how you took Kuno down, the decisiveness you exhibited in that situation would surely impress a man fond of order and discipline.
The 12-year-old junkie whose alcoholic father beats him? Why did you do that?
Well, if you phrase it like that, it doesn't sound too good.
Officer, this is unacceptable for anyone bearing an insignia. A man should lead by example, not terror. If you don't have any more questions, we'll return to our game now.
Everything's still cool here, officer. You keep coming back.
If he really wants, you find the box smell.
Economical? Haven't you heard, officer? We're very cool.
The speaker, you should go over and ask him about paying for those sneakers with your net worth. The dented yellow mailbox greets you with its graffito.
Yes, for sending mail.
You drop the white envelope in the darkness. It lands with a soft thud on what sounds like a couple of letters. About a week's worth of mail as collected in there. They'll empty this very soon. Probably did the right thing. You can't trust that slug, Everard. You know he's going to play you somehow.
All right, let's go back to Everard. If we don't...
You're back. By love, you did. Pleased to meet you, Lieutenant W. Freighter Dubois. I am glad to see a man of high qualification. The situation is precarious. What can I help you with, Lieutenant Freighter? More lessons in basic reality? My favorite part of the day. Go ahead, ask me anything. Glad to have been of assistance.
A weathered brown door. The number reads 20. Something smells good. Soup allongio. The lieutenant motions to you to go ahead and knock. This is the door. You already know it's the right door. This is and someone turns down the radio. Tidying up. Nervously. There's fear in her voice.
it's you from the book stand. Did you come to bring my cockatoo back? I don't think I introduced myself properly. I'm Billy. Would you like something to drink? Tea? Lemonade? We're out of coffee.
The lieutenant has taken off his foggy glasses and is busy cleaning them in his handkerchief for now. You're on your own here. Condensation from stepping inside. He must feel vulnerable without his glasses. Is this why he's letting you take the lead?
Is this about Victor, my husband? Is he in some kind of trouble again? I can come pick him up in the station if that's what. No, this is something much worse. Is he in a hospital? How bad is it?
How about some small talk before you break the news?
It's me, Victor, and the kids here. We have 2 daughters, Jenny and Jolie. They came home later. They're good girls. The girls are staying at their friend's place tonight. And Victor is out. No. Vi, do you have any news? Oh, it's in Jamrock. The one at Mayro Street. I don't know the official name.
Central Jamrock Public Library?
I think, yes, if that's the one on Mayro.
It is.
Just to return a book of mine. Vi? Vi?
Do something? Break something? It's a fool's hope.
Yes.
She folds. Here it comes. You've done this before. Just keep your focus.
What did you say?
A great and terrible spike. The blood freezes in her veins.
Oh. Oh. But he was just...
But he was just here. Alive.
We understand this comes as a huge shock. I want you to know that me and my partner are here for you if you have any questions. Take your time, man.
What happened to him? Was he drunk? I see. And you just found him there, lying in the cold. How long had he been there?
If you say 2 days maybe, it will be etched in her mind forever. She blinks, eyes welling up with tears, as her hand starts searching for something from the pockets of her dress. The handkerchief.
Yes, thank you.
Is there anyone we could call for you? A friend, a family member, someone who could be here for you?
No, no. I just need to tell my girls.
It burns like acid.
God, should I call them? Should I tell them to come home?
No. A day.
Good. That's probably the right thing. Thank you. Just tell me, what do I need to do next? Where is he? Can I see him?
We've taken him to the city morgue. The local coroner will be contacting you shortly to arrange the funeral. Here's his number in case you want to contact him earlier.
A very good call.
Is there anything else that the RCM could do for you?
No, I'll call you if something comes up. I'm still... Thank you. Thank you for telling me. I'll call if...
These are her last reserves of strength. Her muscles will give in soon. Already, she starts to shake.
We should step outside and talk. You did well. I'll call the station when we're finished with the day, and let them know the name of the deceased. They'll manage. That's it. We should get back to our case now that our duty here is done. Let's go.
Just an ordinary walk. A lorry, the smell of something what looks like
Strength. For contact, looks like we're dealing.
a ghostly metallic look. It looks like these four.
The Ulan frequency system.
It looks like these four.
The Ulan frequency
Full closed. The woman is.
Huh? What is it?
A Stars Riker, one of the finest ships. Not many people outside of Grad. Bulky frame.
A Stash Raiko KK2. That's a classic model. An old case for my... They said it was an honor killing. Hussars.
Correction. 4,395. The fourth...
I try to avoid drawing far-gone conclusions like these before actually... Is that so, officer? People we are paid to protect. 4 years for the perps were...
The prisons in the Greater Revolution.
Yes, detective? Okay. I'm not going to honor...
A lorry stuck. The window. Fuming. The back.
Racist...
The drop. A large... It is the seal of royalist.
Likely, yes. This guy's proud of it.
Right to work! When a bunch beats me.
When there's something odd, he ignored silences the...
Hell.
It just has to be said. That was
Fucking law.
loincloth. Now you see, that's not really what a scab would say.
Fucking.
You hear it. I'm going to interpret.
How about you?
Okay.
There could be weapons aiming at us right now. The man's breathing steadies.
We were promised work. Main gate, and I don't mean the scrawny... Why don't...
It would be better.
No!
Do not be fooled by the programming.
Hell no.
It just has to be said that the man's breathing steadies.
Honest, we came here.
I have a question.
You think they follow because I'm...
Hola, Wandering Man. Los Ardis, they're sort of like you. We're negotiating our... Aye. This stuff, they already covered. It's not enough. Not enough to get...
The man whispered.
The mercenary, eh? That's so. He was an agent. I ain't the murderer.
He believed.
Understood.
No problem. We're negotiating. Aye. All of it.
This seditious talk sounds like communism. Just...
No. Even a weak child can think it. Just the way the world works, Boyadero. Sure thing.
This was great.
The mercenary.
The man whispered. The file cabinet. Remember, Leo, all items on the 100 and the same you already the drawer. The already familiar cold touch of plastic welcomes you as you pick up the handset. It's unclear whether you actually have muscle. Sure, why not? Nothing tricky about that. You just... The already familiar cold touch of plastic. Your fingers run over the dial pad. Calling. Calling. Still calling.
Video Revachol, 24-hour video rental. We rent 8 and 10mm film for home use. This is Lamy. How may I help you?
The voice of a youngster on the other end sounds as enthusiastic as that of a man walking towards the gallows.
Video Revachol is a 24-hour video rental. We rent 8 and 10mm film for home use. This is Lamy. No. Sir, I don't know. It's a video rental. Maybe you rent videos here. Maybe you call to extend your rental period? Do you need to extend your rental period? Let me fire up the machine. Dubois, here we are. You haven't rented anything in 5 years, but you still have a copy of Blue Ocean Hell from November 46. Whoa, not a fun film, that one. It's not an easy watch. After the death of his daughter and subsequent divorce, Ziemsk immigrant Egidius Wojcik tries to come to terms with the onset of dementia. No wonder no one's been missing it. Still, it would be great if you could return it to us. We're on the corner of Voyager and Maine.
The call is terminated by the other party. The payphone hangs mute. Before the cargo container. It's true. You're back before the cargo container. It's drawn, and as it's always been, it's impossible to open a container with a...
Oh, hey, mister.
I knew you'd be back to talk with old Leo here, yes. No trouble at all. Oh, I'm just making sure, mister. Oh, we're on a...
So...
No, but Titus and his boys got into some drunken... Like what, mister? Yes, I'm like, actually...
Who is this?
A real... But I can't listen to the radio all the time. There's so much...
You see this?
Oh, mister. Oh, yes, yes. Oh, it's very... Yes, yes. I'm taking... Oh, the whirling's cook. He makes it. Them is... Oh, sure, mister. Oh, that...
Told you.
Oh, yes, yes. Oh, it's very... Oh, absolutely.
Mr. Dubois, I hear the meeting with Titus was a glowing success. Now, what can Everard Clare do for you today? The Golden Boy returns once my friend, the mailman, confirms the letter is on its way. You're in my inner circle. You too, Mr. Kitsuragi.
Well done, sire. You don't know his full plan. Perhaps he expected...
Harry, I've got to be honest with you. Your gun was found 2 days ago. With an old woman has it, and let me tell you, Harry, word on the street is she's a character, so watch out.
This must be the...
Yes, the same one. I see you've done your... The neighbors of this old woman contacted my men because they trust me and the Debarders Union. Apparently, she was waving it around at the end...
Waving the gun around doesn't sound good. None of this does.
Unfortunately, I don't...
There it is again.
I, for one, find it refreshing.
It actually sounds extremely bad.
As I said, she's a character.
We might be looking at someone with a medical history here.
I already have. Tonight, starting...
She will be there from 2200 hours.
More fun stuff. Seems like we already have fun stuff.
I did not, Harry. Why a war?
And what do you have to give?
Victory, Mr. Kitsuragi. I have victory to gain. We are going to start a war with the Wild Pines group. I have. It's a great story.
He crosses his hands.
Harry, we outnumber them 50. The more they send, the worse it's going to look for them. They made a huge mistake hiring those guys. No one likes foreign mercenaries. You're not an ultra-liberal, Harry. Harry, there is no strike, and we're not going to give nothing. We're going to take Terminal B away from them. The roads, the gates, the containers, that big crane, even the damn coffee maker. We're going to take all of it for the people, and fuck Wild Pines.
The word fuck rings like a gunshot from his mouth. He doesn't swear often.
So that's why you haven't let Joyce in?
Yes. It's also why I let that midget Gaumont go. He's too nice. I can't put him through this. Plus, he knows how to get in here. That woman can't tell her tits from her arsehole. She has no chance. Tits from her arsehole. It's a local saying.
Actually, no, it's not.
Because we're friends, Harry. Besides, it doesn't matter now. You can go tell her if you want. It won't change the course of events. We have a significant head start. It's already happening. Oh, you mean what sort of goods are going to be flowing through? How am I going to replace all the contacts we'll lose once the poo-poo hits the fan? The clients will ditch us. Harry, we've thought of everything.
Clients would take a well-known multinational conglomerate over a local mobster any day.
We've been running back channel negotiations with all the major clients. I think the company will be unpleasantly surprised to see how many of them stay loyal to Martinez and to the new competitive contracts we can offer. With renewed zeal sparked by communal ownership, the men will be shipping those containers double time. You'll be surprised to see how fast things go without parasites latching on. We'll have our hands free to pursue bold, exotic new revenue streams.
That's drugs.
Drug trafficking.
Drug trafficking? Don't be stupid, Mr. Kitsuragi. There are perfectly legal, 100% ethical chemical factories on the Samaran Isola. You don't need to be colonialist about it. All they do is produce components to keep the pharmaceutical industry running. That's people's health we're talking about. Old grannies, little babes, People with disabilities. The company thinks transporting these chemicals in bulk looks bad, has bad optics, may be illegal in some countries. The Debarders Union, however, we're all about the large volume column.
In bulk shipping, large volume column is a major buyer, a shark.
We're gonna transport the living daylights out of those materials, Harry. So your sick kid can get his benefit, and your wacky uncle doesn't have to come off risperidone.
Benefed is a children's cold medicine, usually apricot flavored, and risperidone is used to treat severe psychosis.
And the kids on the street can get speed and pyrrolidone.
I'm an old-fashioned guy, Mr. Kitsuragi. I sometimes grab a beer with the boys, but I have no idea about the things you just mentioned. But if I were to supply ingredients for some sort of rainbow party, I would make sure the Union took a fantastic share. And I'd keep that stuff far away from Martinez.
He's basically admitting to it.
Oh, Harry, you've misunderstood. I have no drugs in my hands. It's all far removed from me, like some half-remembered dream. Anyway, let's not focus on the sensationalism of the drug trade. This hypothetical drug trade is all anyone ever seems to be interested in. It would only be a small part of the harbour's turnover, just like the harbour is, but a small part of Martinez. Let's look at the big picture. Martinez as a whole. There are little girls out there with dreams of making music. Young mothers who want to start businesses. Models who want to walk catwalks and steel welders who want to weld steel. I'm going to unite them all into one economic body. We're going to incorporate this place to Kingdom Come. Everyone's going to be in on the wealth. And everyone's going to pull their weight. Yes, if you start thinking about it like that, the socialist municipal body sort of is like a corporation, isn't it? It uses corporate law. We're incorporated. I like to think we're using the best parts of all the ideologies here, Harry. Oh, you...
Clients would take a well-known multinational conglomerate.
Sure, with renewed...
That's drug
trafficking.
Drug trafficking. All they do is produce components to keep the pharmaceutical industry running. So am I.
In bulk shipping.
We're gonna
Benefed is a
and the kids on the street can...
I'm an old-fashioned guy, but if I were to...
He's basically admitting to it.
It's also fun. Anyway, let's not focus on the sensationalism of the... Let's look at the big picture. I'm gonna unite them all into one economic body. We're gonna incorporate this place to Kingdom Come. Thank you, Harry. Thank you. You have no idea how much it means to me, because in many ways, you are that working man. You have already done so much work. 2,372. Plus yours truly, of course.
2,373 is a sizable contingent for a labor organization in Revachol.
Harry, by now you should know I would never do anything tricky like that. However, if the construction noise and limited street access makes some people consider moving, well, let's just say there'll be freshly renovated buildings near the roundabout where those poor people can finally enjoy a significant uptick in quality of life. I'm talking real affordable workers' palaces.
So the village is doomed.
You were there, you saw the place, a wasteland, there's nothing left. But mark my words, officers, we are going to reset it. Reset. I have big plans for Martinez, and they do not include humans living in those pig sheds on the coast. That land will be used for municipal buildings and commerce. Harry, imagine a youth centre supermarket church complex, employing hundreds, no, thousands of people. The coast will be lit up with enterprise and life. All those ruins out there turned into low-income housing. Harry, enough is enough. We're taking this district back. The war was 50 years ago, for God's sake. It's time to move on. And I knew you were one too, Harry. Right when you rolled into town. I've got the centre, I've got room for a retail complex, and in 4 years I'll get the church too. The wheels are turning, Harry. The wheels of progress. This post-war limbo, I won't stand for it. There are kids practically playing with their own feces out there. It cannot go on.
There is true indignation in his voice when he speaks about the state of things, and even a touch of pain. The pain is true. He's seen kids do worse than that.
Oh, I do, Harry. I really do. I'm gonna make the working man as rich as Joyce Messier with that boat of yours. That's my job. Just like yours is to keep the peace.
A true flash of anger in him, as he thinks of her.
We're way past specific union members now. This is the big time. We're talking about the future of Revachol here, Harry. You can bother Leonard with that. He loves to run his mouth on such matters. But I'm in big-time mode, Harry. Great, Harry, great. I think we have truly built a bridge between Martinez and Jamrock today. We have united the RCM and the Debarders Union. This has been so great. I'm sorry we don't have more fun things to do together, but if you ever feel like bouncing something off me, my door is always open.
Mister. I knew you'd be back to talk with old Leo here. Sure, mister. Absolutely. I'm always willing to help out nice but Mr. Evrat doesn't really want me to talk to people about union guys. But who did you want to talk about? He's a union man through and through. Good guy. Honestly, I don't know what he does for us, but it must be important because everybody likes Mr. Edgar is Mr. Evrat's brother. He looks a bit younger, he does. All kinds of places he visits. Him and his brother left with the first autumn rains and didn't come back before the trees were green.
South Safari. A lot of bulk chemical manufacturing going on there. A lot of cargo shipments being made, too.
Whoa, he's really something. Once he said he's a dragon to this mob fellow who came picking a fight with some union men. I think he really believes Jean-Luc was a dragon because... Oh, Titus is a longshoreman through and through. He was... I'd best not. I mean, I could, but I don't think Mr. Evrat... The night guard? Ooh, we talk all the time, but I don't really know much about him. They lived on the same street their entire lives. Even dated the same girl on and off for as long as I can remember. Mr. Martin, yes. Sure, Mr.
A colourful display of cigarettes and alcohol.
Again, I'm obliged to inform you that both alcohol and cigarettes damage your health. Here you go, mister.
There it is, a brave little army in your pocket. The first Smokes platoon. 20 brave souls standing in salute, ready to step into fire for you, sir. best one. This soldier is fat and succulent. What are you waiting for? Light up. Re-become yourself. Get a load of this rock and roll cop here, people. Johnny Thundercop fishes a cheap lighter out of his pants. With a flick of the thumb, there's fire. A primal satisfaction. Here we go. The lighter's dark green disposable plastic. Safety's off. In your case, the safety is always off.
Hey, you can't smoke in here. Please, don't fuck with Frit.
Shut up. It's already happening. Thick, warm smoke gets sucked down into your lungs. Immediately, you feel a warm nostalgia fill your head, body, and soul. A nostalgia for yourself, the man you were in your youth. Johnny Thundercop is back, and he's chill as balls.
In the bottom right corner of the screen, there's a cigarettes button. Cigarettes gives +1 to intellect skills, logic, rhetoric, conceptualization, visual calculus, encyclopedia, and drama. This is good before a white check, but damages your health.
You see several. The packages are small, discreet, sloppily stacked. You see several packaged raincoats. Phil, the girl delves into the magazine. Oh no. I said don't let it fall out with a thump. What did you do?
Did you? I mean, I didn't just see a middle-aged man try to steal a 4 real raincoat, did I?
Really? A plastic poncho?
The clerk stares at you, but doesn't say a thing for a moment or two. She's like 14. You're humiliated in front of a minor. What's wrong with you, son?
I mean, it doesn't even cost that much. Like, why would you want to fuck with Frit over something like this?
She says, fuck with Fritta, like it's a saying, or she's quoting someone. Maybe you could ask her about this later.
Fucking with Frit is dangerous, you know. Just leave it there. I'll put it away later. Yes, buy it, please. Don't steal it. Is this about the questions again? Because I don't really know anything. Because Frit has an army. Yeah, like 2,000 or so. I don't know. It stops people from robbing Frit, I guess. If they know there's an army, I mean, I wouldn't want to fuck with them anyway.
Businesses often hire private security this side of the river. It's an unfortunate state of affairs, but not unheard of.
You think the police, like, bother catching shoplifters? Frit polices themselves, so, yeah. Anything else you wanted?
You'd better behave yourself in this Fritta, or who knows what will happen. The tear machine stack your bottles.
Hello,
compatriote. You have...
The theme on that pinball machine is a standard royalist theme, used on everything from pinball cabinets to full-flavor cigarettes, clinging to a picture book version of the past century, waiting for the king to come back and cast out all the profiteers and homosexuals. Basically, imagine a yellow plastic crown with a liquor brand emblazoned on it. It comes free with a six-pack of Vermilion Roy d'Or. The words Roy d'Or are stamped into the crown's plastic. The sentiment is called anti-centennial nostalgia, pining for a time before the turn of the century. It's common even now, after 50 years. Behind the dockworkers, a ceiling height with behind the dockworkers, there's a little slide panel up there to let some air in. No need to open it in spring.
Oh, hello, dear. There you are again. Goodness, how is he? Did he say why he hasn't returned yet?
He's fine, ma'am. As we had suspected, he couldn't get back earlier because the water lock on the canal was broken. Now he's just finishing up some work.
Oh, yes. That's my Morel. He's bound to catch a cold staying out there for so long. But I am so relieved to hear that he's okay. Thank you for putting an old woman's heart at ease. If he...
You haven't, however. There are dangers out there. Our aging bodies fail. Her heart won't rest until Morel is safely back with her.
Oh, you don't want to hear about some old woman's ramblings.
Reflexively, the lieutenant read his familiar notebook.
Well, it was summer. I was building a racing track out of sand on the beach near a tall stand of reeds. Quite a tall one. Many times my height, I remember. When, all of a sudden... I'm getting ahead of myself. I was 5.5 in Betancourt in the suburbs. My grandmother had a summer home there.
Betancourt got bombed in the war. It used to be quite near, circa 20 kilometers from here.
The strangest moment of my life. I looked up and one of the reeds moved. Not like a plant, but like a living thing. It stood up and looked at me. Its body unfolded like some antique toy. I've never seen anything like it.
She had no fear, just surprise.
I didn't know this can happen, so I reached my arm and touched the thing. It felt just like a stalk of reed, but it moved, swaying, towering above me. After a while, 20 seconds, a minute maybe, it left, went into the reeds. I tried, but I was only a child. There was mud and high water. I couldn't see it anymore. I was just standing there knee-deep in mud, looking around me.
Where did you go? Don't go.
I ran back home to my grandmother and asked her if reeds could walk, and told her they were looking at me. Of course, she just laughed at me, but I knew what I'd seen. For years, it was a story I told at parties when I wanted to impress boys. That sort of thing. Of course, most people just took it as a strange, amusing anecdote. So did I, honestly. But then I met Morel. We were on our first date when I told him my story. You should have seen his face. He said my descriptions matched the phasmid down to a T. Its white marble limbs, the way it moved. Our first, yes.
The sigh is tender. The sigh is tender, yes, but tempered by something else. A thought she can't express. Interesting.
Not all of them, as far as I remember. Some of them, on the inside, like stalks of marble, if that makes sense. It's hard to say how big things are when you're quite small yourself. To me, it seemed to be taller than I was then, but that's probably not the case.
What if it is the case?
Of course. I've thought about it. But Morel says my report matches with the others. And I'm sure I hadn't heard of the phasmid as a child. Nor had my mother or my grandmother. So how did I know what to imagine? It was only when I started telling my story as a teenager the boys would tell me, Lena, you trying to tell us you saw the Insulindian phasmid out there in those reeds? Get out of here. They just give me a cider and ruffle my hair and tell me to stop dreaming. But I saw it.
I thought it was a wonderful story, ma'am.
But I don't believe it. A child left unattended on a warm day. Children make up stories and then end up believing them.
You're welcome, sweetie. I do appreciate the chance to relive it whenever I get one. It was just such an impossibly sunshiny day. So warm.
And she could get up and walk right into the reeds on her own, into the mud, anywhere.
You know, to hell with it. Let's have more cryptids.
Of course, officers. Of course, dear.
Can I help you? What is this thing?
Okay, well, this is actually a nice bird. A competent piece of taxidermy. I can fix it to the plaque and have a new bird in the establishment, I guess. So, I don't know. Thank you. I'm gonna go with thank you.
People just don't know how to accept gifts, especially taxidermy. He likes it.
I feel good about our work here today. It's all about the little things, like bringing people random stuffed animals.
It's not actually about that, but he likes it.
No, you don't. It's not happening.
You need to approach this situation logically. Ask him why he has the PA system installed if you can't use it.
It's for no one. It's a prop. I'm not letting anyone use it after the great karaoke catastrophe of '44. A lot of people got killed because some arsehole wanted to sing karaoke. It's not for bands, it's for clients. Some clients, okay? Not you. Ha! Well, we don't have any tapes. They all got stolen.
He's lying, but whatever. You don't really need his link tracks. The man in the vest and the violet shirt stares at the tape you've just given him. He begins to frown. Hard.
Fine, fine. Climb on that stage and do your thing. Just get out of my hair. I'll plug it in for you. Damn this karaoke machine.
I'm having it uninstalled, he mumbles to himself. Oh yeah, time to do the damage. The stage is all set up for you. You feel a little dizzy, a little unsteady suddenly.
So, are you ready for your thing now? Let me know when I should turn on the karaoke carousel.
The air is thick with anticipation. Someone dims the lights as the music starts. Okay, here we go.
I would often go there, to the tiny church there, the smallest church in Saint-San, though it once was larger. How the real may rest there. Down through the mist there, toward the Seven Sisters, toward those pale cliffs there. I would often stay there, in that tiny yard there. I have been so glad here, looking forward to the past here. But now, you are all alone. None of this matters. No, none of this matters at all.
A lazy applause fills the room. You feel your hands shake as awareness of your body returns to you. This guy really carried you. The microphone amplifies your voice in an uncomfortable manner.
Good, good. Are we...
Last words?
Ah, smallest church in Saint-Saëns, right? It was all right. Subdued. I might start letting people up there again. Now, what can I do for you?
Yes? What is it? That was pretty good, Harry. Wasn't it, Jean?
That was, yeah, that was absolute shit, if you want my opinion. Drunken shit. Haven't wanted anything to end this badly since I had cluster headaches. Horrible. Truly horrible. I beg of you, don't ever subject anyone to this torture again. I mean, seriously, you need to.
Jean, it's not right. Don't make it worse. And I really liked it.
She actually did.
I don't...
Don't say anything, Judith. Me? No.
Okay.
I'm just looking up.
You?
No one. I'm just a man with sunglasses.
Yes. A policewoman who just wants to do her job. That's what priest...
Am I from?
Fucking dear.
You're getting an intellect...
Oh, hello, dear. There you...
Hi again, gendarme. Bye-bye, gendarme. Hi again, gendarme. Bye-bye, gendarme. Hi again, gendarme.
Could he be a member of the homosexual underground? Just pointing it out. We're not talking about some kind of cult with members here. You made it up.
The homosexual underground? Why, yes, I am, officer. Why? Do you want to investigate? Oh, it's a pleasure group. A sub rosa pleasure group congregating in cellars under the cover of night. Saturday night. Sometimes even Friday night. Or Thursday night. Sometimes the congregating doesn't even end. It carries on into our daily life. Oh, we're ambitious. We want to destroy the last vestiges of meaning, the last things people in Rebishol have to hold on to, the true symbols of security. The meaning of man and woman, mother and father, their marriage. Everything will be constantly shifting and moving under our rule. The future will belong to a circus of identities just spinning around, surreal and unreal. You won't even know who you are anymore. Yes, we listen to a lot of disco. Some say we engineered disco to spread our vision of a vertiginous, ever-changing society, where all there is a razzle-dazzle of gold. We are going to change the family unit with all this razzmatazz and finger dancing. And with mysteries. Of course, the mysteries are also of sexual nature, very esoteric. You can't just get into it. You have to be born into it. One is either already in the homosexual movement or forever excluded from it. Beautiful. Beautiful. That's exactly what we're looking for. Who knows, maybe you were homosexual in the past. Maybe all of that has been repressed. I have to say that you do look like someone who might be part of the underground. You have that very distinctive, I can't understand what's going on here look. Absolutely wonderful.
A man like you can figure out his sexuality in a working day. It won't be 20 hours unless you want to enter the heightened realms of the phantasme erotique afterwards.
Bye-bye, gendarme.
I've got nothing to say to you. I am not.
You could be Liz.
Even a mod? Glenn.
The cold look, it's not her.
The lights are so pretty when it gets dark.
You fail to deduce anything substantial. She waits intently.
It's okay, sir.
You disappointed a small child. Well done, Gem.
Kuno's like Kuno's dad. Kuno doesn't give a fuck about. Kuno doesn't.
There he still is, looking right through you with his white eye.
It's you again. What is it? It's you again. What is it?
This time it's going to work. You already ruled out the first bad option that didn't.
Stop shitting your pants. You don't need to know, all right? We took care of it. The law handled it, all right?
Yeah. Aren't you listening? It's done. Finito.
For God's sake, stop!
Sounds like something.
They're not going to give you anything. Can't you see? I can't have a police interrogation in here. People are trying to eat. Of course it concerns me if you make this kind of...
Easy, babes. What is this? I can't have a slap fight in my bar. It's embarrassing.
We are deep in Far's territory.
Everyone can see you picked some wrong options. Next time you have to come up with better things to say. The surrounding blaze of the electric lights makes the white on blue police livery of the motor carriage seem beautifully ominous. Do something important? Something murder-related? There's always something important. Doesn't mean you can't take a moment to admire this piece of machinery. This is a Caprice Canema, the Caprice Motor Corps follow-up to their highly successful workhorse, Caprice 40, and the answer to the Lum's racing breed, Ferv series. With its air-cooled, rear-mounted 12-cylinder compression ignition engine, driving the rear wheels through a 4-speed manual gearbox, the Canema is able to reach 100 kilometers per hour in 13.5 seconds, and go on to a top speed of 180 kilometers an hour. Even at a standstill, the unibody Caprice Canema looks sleek and dynamic. The cabin is tilted frontward to give it a more aggressive, hunched look. Someone has waxed it recently.
You want to take a closer look? Yes, an extraordinary machine.
Helium headlights would improve the range and quality of the visual field a lot.
Actually, I have a pair at home. Just haven't gotten around to fitting them yet. I need to lay some wiring for the ballast first. Maybe. Yes, definitely maybe.
And means no.
You mean the coil noise? When variable current passes through wires that make up the coils on the electrical system on this machine, it causes vibration in the wires and the cores of the coils. When the frequency of the current in the coils falls within the audible range, the resulting vibration creates the whiny sound you mentioned. Of course.
The human lie detector.
130.
I reckon that's a 7-liter V12 there. Man, that's got to be a major advancement over the KR-18GU engine on the old Caprice 40.
Yeah, you know it? Yes, that's right. I'm very impressed that you know these things. 100...
I reckon, man, that...
7.2. Supercharged.
You see rows of toy soldiers guarding all the old...
Hello, hello. Of course. It's in working order.
The remaining windows rattle from a strong...
No. I won't even try. You know, I had a partner once. They called him Eyes, because he had to show me things. It's that bad. Well enough, actually. It's odd how that works. I'm no sharpshooter, but I passed my shooting courses 7 out of 10.
This is the read. The later it gets, the trap feels light. No locust. No phasmid either. But still.
Well, the bait worked on something. This doesn't mean it was a reed monster, though. Unless you see one in there, I just see an empty trap.
The netting is a little untidy. Messier than the others. Like someone or something picked the trap up and shook it before dropping it back down on the ground.
Perhaps our cryptozoologists have competition in the form of an actual entomologist, or someone else is sabotaging them. I could present more theories, but then I would be taking this on as a case, which I'm not. We did sort of promise to tell them, didn't we?
This is it, the scene of the party. The fire pit, cigarettes, and empty bottles all evidence it. Not as such. I'm talking about what came after the party scene. Looks like they were here a while, judging from all the bottles. The sunken motor carriage provided them a focal point, like a goose ice sculpture or a chocolate fountain.
Looks like it. Hey, let's keep moving, detective.
The purity of snow always...
It is such a pleasure.
It's great to see you again, officer. My wife can't wait to thank you. Go on, talk to her.
Oh, sweetie, I don't even know how to thank you for finding my husband and helping him out. I hope we haven't been too much trouble for you.
I knew it.
I'm not surprised. It's already getting out of hand.
Well, in that case, sweetie, let me give you a small token of my gratitude. It's a tie, Mexican origin. The pin is an antique, quite special to the cryptozoological community.
The little silvery knob holding the tie together feels warm in your hand. It's in the shape of an avian skull, with 8 eyes. You could ask her about this when you get the time. It's probably a cryptid, but the phasmid, of course, is more important.
Yes, I saw. You're welcome, sweetie.
Ha ha! Nothing like the gratitude of a good woman. Now then, what can I do for you?
He tries to play it cool, remain professorial, but inside, this man is itching for some news on those traps.
Good. Okay. And? Completely empty?
No locusts? No phasmid either?
That's not ideal, but I definitely left that one stocked.
Right from the campsite? Just means the Insulindian phasmid is even more clever than we thought.
Of course, more clever.
Yes, the Phantasmadeia picked off the locust and escaped. This is good news, though we'll have to reconsider the design of the traps. Make them more secure.
Another trip to the reeds.
Of course. Be sarcastic. Unless you have an alternative hypothesis you'd like to venture. Mine stands, okay? Actually, no. Excuse me for getting emotional. This is a big deal for us. You've helped us twice now, and brought some great news too. My gratitude, and the gratitude of the Société Cryptozoologique de Ravachol, is yours.
Heartfelt gratitude. But does it feel like closure? What really happened?
Thank you, it's an honor. We should probably return to our main investigation here. This has been refreshing, but...
Helping cryptozoologists isn't really a priority for our organization, is it? The lieutenant looks out the window, impatiently. Consider the way the empty trap was disturbed, as though shaken. Most likely the hands of a young person. Hands small enough to fit inside the trap, too. You should ask the red-headed boy, Kuno.
A little hooligan. But what would a child want with bags?
Oh, my dear Morel. You've been an old man for too long. Kids love to torment insects almost as much as they love to torment old folks.
Delinquents, my favorite.
Oh, you've been such a dear to us. Please, let us know whatever you turn up. I have a feeling we're getting so close.
Well, I see you've got all the help you need. I'll see you tonight at my place. Let's play suzerainty, but no more field trips for me.
After this is your last chance to talk to Gary.
Really, Gary? We're getting somewhere here. I'd love to play suzerainty, but...
Lena, I'm sorry, but you're not getting anywhere. It was some kids. I know the little mutants around here. Leave anything out in the open and they'll steal it, even if it's bugs. Morel, it's been fun, really, but I need a bath and I have deliveries to handle. When this tea is done, I gotta run.
No need to apologize, Geary.
Very generous of you to help us out, officer. I'm sure glad to be back from that little excursion. I mean, officers. I'm sorry.
Short means sincere in these things.
No.
Hey, was there something you needed? Another thing. Great. Yes, and the phone company is taking its sweet time. Who told you that? Fine, yeah, it looked like someone had messed. If you do find out who cut the line, though... Yes, and it's not strange, if you say so. Who told you that? Fine, yeah, it looked like someone... If you do find out who cut the line... Yes?
Kuno's like Kuno's dad? Kuno doesn't give a fuck about anything. No, Kuno doesn't give a fuck about bugs.
So he knows locusts are bugs.
Oh my god, I told you that shit is lame!
Shut up, see.
Now they're gonna take you to lame prison!
deny everything, Kuno. You need to lawyer up.
Kuno's not gonna say anything without his lawyer present.
There's definitely something going on here. Remember his pig's head shack? You should check it out.
Kuno doesn't...
What do you see? What do you see? 200?
He might be right. 200 kilograms of...
Maybe it wasn't. And I was thinking it wasn't the giant. Maybe it wasn't. It could have been, but if it... The fat guy from the mess hall isn't that obese. He's more like I do.
But why?
Yes, they could have used a makeshift stretcher or just... You have a point there. Anyway, it's some... What do I think? Then...
Indeed.
So far, so good.
Of course, there were 8 tracks. But...
Which... Yes. I doubt the... I'm guessing that's the skinny Hardy boy. The one with... Yes, well... He did look a bit like a rat. I could still be wrong. But I'm 200.
He might be right. 200 kilograms of living weight.
Possibly.
But why?
Yes, they could have used even easier to carry on a stretch. Interest.
Oh.
With a piece of which means that the missing lady driver was also Now we know who's the missing 8th person at the lynching. Do you think that Hardy and his boys could... We should start with Titus Hardy. Interesting.
Oh.
With a piece of which means that the missing... Now we know who's the missing 8th person at the lynching. Do you think that Hardy and his boys could also be involved in the drug? We should see what Titus Hardy has... A week?
It is not.
As I say...
Correct again. All around you, the hisses and chirps of locusts fill the musky air. The earthen floor of the shack has been shaped into mounds of mud, dotted with little holes for windows. Like skyscrapers, spires of dirt and sand rising. Accommodations for their insectoid inhabitants.
Well, detective, it appears you've solved the case of the locusts. For the missing locust case, which is a sub-case of the imaginary insect case. So at least that's going well. Yes, I feel we are nearing a real breakthrough. If anything, the presence of the locust points to the opposite. But what do I know?
Use your powers of deduction. You knew the magic bug was nowhere near.
I'll let you handle it.
Kuno's like Kuno's dad? Kuno doesn't give a fuck about anything. Yeah? Kuno took the books, so what?
So it wasn't the Phasmid. A wave of disappointment washes over you.
Yeah, well, Kuno's all you got, bitch. It's not Bugtown. It's the city of locusts. Locusts aren't just bug shit. They come out of the sky like a fucking shadow. Shit descends.
Stop!
You stop. It's like their fucking night. Locust City, Night City, City of Rage.
There's a tug of war over the name of his fantastical city. It's almost too big for his imagination. The girl forces herself to watch again, the corners of her eyes twitching from discomfort.
Maybe I am.
Did he just say I? Kuno usually calls Kuno, Kuno.
Oh my god, Kuno! He's gonna make you totally lame in, like, 3 seconds! Don't let him, Kuno!
Yo, fuck you, see? Kuno can be what Kuno wants to be. Kuno's his own man. Kuno's free. Kuno made himself into Kuno. Kuno can make himself into anything. Kuno can make himself into a pig if he wants. Kuno can make himself into a... Kuno doesn't give a shit.
Oh, don't make yourself into a pig, Kuno! You'll have to take me away!
In it, you hear snow melting, dripping from the eaves. Someone closing a window. Without a word, she disappears entirely behind the fence. For once, the boy is lost for words. He turns completely red now, with splotches of white beginning to appear across his face.
It don't mean anything. It's shit. Kuno just likes to focus. Kuno likes to concentrate on shit. Build shit when he's zipping hard. Fuck. Pig, you really shouldn't have fucked with Kuno City. Now it's all fucking lame. I don't give a shit. I don't need the locusts anyway. Shit is all lame now. C was right.
The girl's face appears again, above the fence, just long enough to make eye contact with Kuno.
Kuno's gonna let the fucking locusts die. The fuck are they trying to catch anyway? With the traps?
He recognizes the name.
Bitches think Kuno doesn't know shit. The fuck out of here. Kuno's tired of this shit.
There's silence between the two children. They're not saying anything to each other, nor looking in each other's direction. Why does art inspire you so much? Excellent question. Art is a diverse range of visual, literary, auditory, and performative creativity. It's an expression of imagination and technical skill. Additionally, it's history, criticism, and pure enjoyment. In short, art is the highest form of human communication, representation, narrative, emotion, and agency intertwined. Have you looked in the mirror lately? You have the exact features of a savage art critic, with that beard and those clothes, disheveled and prophetic. Perhaps you should try to critique architecture too. Yes, you seek substance. No vapid representations and reproductions of social mores as made manifest in stuffy biennials. We're talking real, living art here. Become the art cop. Half art critic, half cop. Exactly. It's not only your duty to only catch the criminals off the street, you must also apprehend criminals of the printing press and the gallery, the trite and derivative artists and writers of the world. Go ahead and provide savage criticisms, art cop. The world is yours to rip to pieces and reassemble.
Kuno's like Kuno's dad. Kuno doesn't give a fuck about anything. Fucking right, pig. Kuno's filling bathtubs with that shit. Kuno's a kingpin. Fuck no, pig.
Belying the act, he's actually telling the truth. Or at least 0.00001% of it.
The fuck about it? probably You heard? I don't remember Night City.
What the fuck, Kuno? Stop being so fuck.
Yeah, Kuno just a
Yeah,
Looks like you're a
your test.
get lost.
The fuck do you want? Oh, that. Kuno decapitates pigs. That's just a Kuno demo tape. Yeah, Kuno plays on. Oh, that. Yeah, to the good call, Pigmeister. Don't come and. Yeah.
You're lucky you didn't die there.
Wish Kuno could. That shit was vile. Kuno doesn't.
an old call box with a matrix of push buttons lists all this.
This button looks.
Silence. Nothing happens. Silence. Silence. Looks like you wait. You ring. All you hear. You ring the. What an ominous name for a hair. You hear the. A thick layer of cold dust covers the film.
Looks like no one has you.
It's the echo.
What are you doing? Wait, really?
The whole thing resembles history class, radio, unclear. Perhaps they must have had whoever a list of names. All of this is, there's no.
My God. Exactly.
Nothing is. Your flash, some of the right, these translute. Who are? You should adopt one of the Welkins. Towering. It's the hull door.
An inordinate amount of time. This looks like just look at.
And for what? The handle, the full text. This, it look minimi, stands for as time.
Looks like
a note in the book.
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking? Of course. Tell me what you have in mind. How about an amber dye? Who told you amber was cheap? For 7 real, I'll craft you a 13-sided die from piece of amber with a fossilized insect. It's perfect for those who can't seem to let go of their past. I had a feeling maybe you have some other ideas for dyes? A star that fell from the firmament? Those cost more than Oh, right. Maybe some. Yes. The Wirrow untethered dye.
Ice. Death.
I'm thinking something made from alligator jawbone, cast in black resin. Untreated bone is porous and prone to chipping. Cast it in something hard. It's an icositetrahedron, a 24-sided die that can maybe you have some a normal die? I'm a novelty die. Polyhedral dies. Dies that have more than 4 sides. Come on now. Be a little creepy. What do you mean by cursed? Alright. How about I surprise you? Come back in 8 hours with 7 real, and I'll give you your cursed die. Great. See you in 8 hours then. Was there anything?
Wow. So someone's been a little boring. Yes, my standard liege. Someone's seen all sorts of wild ideas pop off and thought, I'll take the boring one. The regular, please. The brown. Of course you do. And maybe some black shoes or a pristine white shirt to go with that. It's official. My lord's Copo type. is regular cop. I'll let everyone know. I'll send out a telefax. Done and done. No. The barbell waits patiently on the floor. This orange machine is... You slip... No. If you want to try again, then you need to have...
Equip the prime...
Turning is all gone now. Only the red cable is an electric sizzle somewhere. A machine hums along with the car. This orange machine... Turning is all gone now. You slip... No. If you want...
Equip the prime...
Only the black cable is plugged in somewhere in the dark. Something close.
Why did you do that?
The lieutenant raised an electric sizzle. The room is slightly cold. Somewhere in the dark.
Hello, officer. So it was just...
Thank you for telling us, sweetie. This is good news, right? It means we can try again.
She acts chipper, but something's changed in her tone. Something is secretly gnawing at her confidence. It's not this Kuno kid or the missing locust. It's something else.
Yeah, you're right. We just need to restock the empty trap. Then we'll need to inspect the traps one more time. And then maybe we can.
He has a 38-degree fever. His resilience has given way.
Darling, I told you to take it easy. You're getting sick. Maybe it's time to go home.
You're right, you're right. We can come back next season when it's warmer.
We are getting really carried away with this, aren't we? Fine, it's better than having these people get pneumonia on the coast. But after this...
He wants to see this tale through as much as you. Otherwise, he'd have stopped this already. But he cannot let it drag out after this.
Really? It's too much, officer.
What Morel means is we're grateful for your help.
Here's a fresh scratch of loafers. I should...
Kuno's like Kuno's dad? Kuno doesn't give a fuck about...
What's going on? He's an ungovernable youth on your crime scene.
Trying to fucking...
Normal is not.
Kuno doesn't...
Stylish shades, huh? They'd be... The locusts aren't doing all too well, but they're still in there. The buzz of there's a gap where the name of that song should be. You should ask her about it right now.
Yes, I can't really sleep. My suggestion is a lullaby my mother used to sing. I said, yes, it does.
The trap stands empty near the locust. They're not real.
Good. Now don't answer that.
A row of ghostly shades facing a crumbling wall, with another 7 shades standing a cold... Heavy wooden doors, more than twice your height, stand shut in front of you. There's nothing like the sound of a sticker unpeeling. Now it's stuck to your thumb. Voila! Looks very modern. You're part of the future brigade now, and so is your formerly humdrum ledger. Neon, baby. hold in your hand. The alphabet. Every page as well. A is for azimuth. B is for Boreas. C, H is for home. Q is for quasar. That's it.
Good. I also know the alphabet.
The face, it takes it as you leave. The main feature though, you instead where to it. So all of it, basically. And that at the end of the day, sure, it's the stilted language and overconfident tone. That's the armed with the lieutenant by the time you're finished.
You know, most people are even better. Just leave it be. Ah, come on. Can this article read your mind? A certain kind of If I had to wager...
You flip back to the front, comrade. But, so please, if you flip back to the front of the... There it is again. The sun. There is a movement. Why? Yes. Bitter. Whatever petrochem until is so. The greatest browsing. Your ed probably for the browsing through your education. It's C. Oh yeah. Correct. As the question easy. Everybody knows the answer to this. You, me, anybody. Correct. Franco question got it under control. No problem. Correct. The most final. I've got it. I don't even have to say it anymore. Correct. Everything from and more beautiful. Congratulations. And A. All correct. You really navigated some treacherous waters here. Well, the loot. Yeah, sure. Bringing of the law jaw. Okay, so we now know why you have law jaw, why you say the law in a weird manner, and why your jaw does that thing. You had polio as a child. You hadn't gotten vaccinated. It must have been right after the revolution. Not a lot of vaccine going around then. So you got infantile paralysis due to polio, and this jaw thing is a complication from that. Admittedly, it's not very funny, but you overcame it. This little infant survived and became a sharp-shooting super cop. So, fuck you, polio.
Hi, the sea's gonna calm down soon. I can feel it. The wind...
Put your hands where I can see them.
Show me your hands. This is the pigs. Show me your hands. Right now! Show me your hands! Right now!
Scavenged, battery-powered police lights protrude from her back. The flickering light show reveals a gun in her shaking hand. Her hand is trembling from some sort of neurodegenerative disease.
Madame, please drop the firearm immediately.
You shouldn't be here. Something's very wrong with her. She's completely out of control.
Failure to comply. Suspect is displaying aggression. Officer, under duress! Officer, under duress! I am the police. Don't move! Don't move! Hands on your head. Suspect is armed and dangerous. Suspect is on the loose! Suspect at large! Officer, administer street justice at our own peril. That one extra lick with a baton or extra knee strike above was what was actually required. Suspect is under control. Suspect is under control.
Be careful, detective. Don't do anything that might set her off.
This is dangerous. You're 70% certain you always leave your gun loaded.
It's the goddamn police shitbag. Cut the pavement. You're under arrest.
As she waves her hands, you notice familiar-looking ampoules and packets sticking out of the mountain of police gear on her back. Medicine or drugs?
Back up! Back up! Back up! Status unconfirmed!
No. I thought Mr. Moran. Gareth.
Aggravated assault! Man down! Officers in pursuit!
What's the situation, officer?
Law enforcement compromised! Impersonating a police officer!
Does she not believe you two are actually police officers?
License and registration! License and registration! Come in, dispatch! Sector! Sector! Azimuth!
It's not a code, just disjointed words. She's losing it. One twitch and there will be blood.
Confiscated contraband! Restricted access! 2 kilos missing! Eyewitness report compromised!
I don't think she's on drugs. Being off drugs might actually be the problem here.
Officer in need of assistance! Suspect at large! Get on the ground!
Ma'am, please. We want to help you, but you need to lower that weapon.
Disturbance reported. Authorized deadly force. Sector, take the shot! Big red key! Big red key!
Big red key? That's code for the battering ram. Cop talk. You know this. She's frantic, confused, teetering under all that gear. There's an opening. If you just...
Confined quarters! Assailant coming at me!
God, I almost blew her head off.
What is this? This isn't police issue. Police weapons have bullets. This isn't real. Police guns have bullets. What is this? Why did you sell me this?
Grab the gun. Right now. This might be your only chance.
No one ever cares anymore. Why would they treat me like this?
Oh, well. We need to figure out what to do with her now.
Nobody's ever around. Nobody ever comes to visit me.
Her scratched skin is warm to the touch, but the person inside doesn't even know you're there.
She's in a stupor. I've seen this before. God knows for how long. Could be days when I get like this. Honestly, I don't know. Dementia, probably. Dementia and Channel 8, and loneliness. Could be. Her hands were trembling, and she did seem uncoordinated. But what are we gonna do with her? I don't think there's any need for that. In her current state, and without a gun, she isn't really a threat to anyone. We could let Titus know. This is a perfect problem for the local peacekeepers to handle. They might even know her family. Then we can ask him once we get back to the whirling. But we have to hurry, because it's late, and they might have already gone home. But I think we're done here for now. Let's head out. This is done.
Please, leave the radio on.
Reflex to what? Being left alone. She stands motionless. Just a heap of clothes and flashes now. Maybe if you search her once more. You see, you immediately, the cold old coat, it leads to a side build.
Hi again, Gendarme. Admiring the atmosphere. What about you, officer? Maybe. Oh yes, let's see. Muscular, handsome. Oh, he sounded vague. Nothing. Why shouldn't he? What friend? No. Sure. You did. And how did you I told you he can be very useful. Bye-bye, Gendarme.
You're back. Oh. Stupendous. That's beautiful.
Keeping her calm.
A Villiers 9mm. Front-loaded. 2 or 3 barreled. Villiers and LaSalle was one of the original 14 Indo tribes of Revachol. Did you know? Artillery and ballistics. Before the revolution, of course. They belong to some Gottwalders now.
She phrases it as if it's a pity. She also phrases it as a transition out of you waving your gun around.
What else? It helps to sometimes hold inventory of the things you've achieved, you know. Clears the soul. Sounds like he has you running errands, Detective. Ah, yeah.
With longing. Clear.
A youth's go ahead. I should... It's probably... Yes. Not oh. We told ourselves. Yes.
She...
Full of ghosts and ancient... Of course, Detective. More lessons in basic reality?
She won't maneuver her.
I am an
She raises the corn. It's sharp.
An ultra-liberal. It's a type of liberal. From the haven't you heard? We surrender.
In her green eyes you see a mixture of truth and self-satire.
A devil, who being of great charm and guile sneaketh into the homes. I'm afraid you're... When the dust settled, the liberals were the only ones left to clean up the mess. With due... I would not...
She
Then for...
Dark orange flames
Yes.
Seditious talk.
Perhaps.
You're no dummy yourself.
A smart boy getting... Yes. Well, it's...
She in case he goes down later. Souring.
It's not just me, Detective. Well, that seems... We're in a casual...
She referred...
Martinet, you would be excused for not knowing about it. I'm not a... This place used to be... Revachol, the great...
As if it's...
History, Detective. The nations of the... In the DeLorean sent... They say it... By that I mean... We are standing on a fertile, I think...
A sparkle of light.
22 kilometers...
Silence. The water. There is no recognition.
We are where we are.
This is one thought.
Was there something else you wanted to know? I remember... A bird? Some sort of... Of course you're not my... Or two. A pre-read... This one, mostly... Splat.
You could...
Wonderful. We're in Martinez. Martinez, you would be excused for not knowing about... It's not really a... Yes.
Known to the vast.
I'm not a good... This place used to be a Caillou.
It is... And to humanity at large.
I would be happy to. Unimportant. We didn't win.
We.
To foreign intervention. The liberals to... The
There is...
The more... At least this...
The color of moralism is blue. The official motto of Moral Intern, or Moralist International.
A devout man of the center. The turn of the revolution. It was... It made... Of course...
It was a funny time.
From Revish... Why?
Something tells you...
A city...
The clat...
The zone... Modernity...
51.
Time flies. The 20... The 30s... Yes, welcome.
For her to be where she...
They picked the winning side. That's why perhaps it... I would have said 10 of the 14 would question...
No, her first.
And I...
Here's some wisdom, lady. Say that...
You and everyone else. A good question.
No, her first.
So a quarter of humanity simply lost their minds. And how would you stop a prion? A complex folding... A poor remedy. Capri. And what is your...
My position, ma'am? My parents got...
Understandable. The revolution... It wasn't a... It made people... Of course.
It was a funny...
From Why?
Something tells you...
No doubt. Modernity.
51.
43. Anxious to hear more about... Good question.
No, her first.
So a quarter of humanity simply lost their minds. Always. And what is it?
My position, ma'am?
Understandable. The revolution... It wasn't a... It made people... Of course.
It was a fun...
From Why?
Something tells you... Her...
A city...
The clatter.
The zone of modernity.
51.
Time flies. The 20s saw a decade of... The 30s? No. Welcome.
For her to be where she...
Those were... Oh, did they ever? Before the... Yes. The... Yes. Oh, lots. The real king abdicated and lived out a long and productive life as... Yes. Him and tens of thousands of his one... They picked perhaps... I was 10 of the 14 Indo... They are what... Anyway.
Not so fast. Who is she in all this? Ask her who... She won't maneuver her way. She It's sharp.
An ultra-liberal. No. Are you
In her green eyes you see a mixture of truth.
I do. When the dust settled, nothing's settled. We're in Martinet. You would be excused for not... It's not really... Yes.
Known to vast.
I'm not a good ambassador. I've only been here once before. As a teenager. Not a lot has changed. There are ruins, a terminal, fishing boats, reeds, boys with boxy shoulders.
This place used to be a province. A workers' resort before the city swallowed Revachol, the Great.
As if it's self-explanatory.
History detective. They say, by that I mean, we are standing on a fertile, self-sufficient island. Speak for
A sparkle of
22 kilometers.
silent. The water, there is no recognition. Only the immensity of... She observed. This is one thought you...
Was there something else you wanted to know? Glad to have been of assistance. The little that I know. Anything else? What would you like to know? Oh my, the E word.
Detective.
Then what does that 33A? Yes. Anyway. Officer.
The qualified pleasure.
Why wouldn't it be? The boat? It's a pleasure craft. It's a pleasure craft. My slip.
I really...
Good.
Ruination has come. The broken arches betray the once grand history of this building. It towered over the harbor until it happened. A great force from the northeast fired into the city. Heavy artillery shelled the coastline. Fired from the water. A straight shot into Revachol. The tenement acted as a defensive wall against the worst of the shelling until it was destroyed, and they had a direct firing line. Those arches acted as support for something greater than what you see now. Only 3 stories stand where 9 to 12 once did. Restoration has failed. What the shelling took out was never rebuilt. A fleet, the combined armies of Occident and Grad, with Mesk volunteers, a 5-nation army, hundreds of vessels. They massed airships further down in the Bay of Revachol. The artillery was so powerful. The ships not only required gyroscopic stabilization, they were anchored into the ocean floor as well. Many are still there to this day. If you squint, you can just barely see the shadow on the water, far in the northeast. Cannons still ready to placate Revachol. Coalition warship Archer can shoot 50 shells a minute on 20 co-aligned archers. They will reach the city in 58 seconds. The waves of the Martinez Inlet roll over the fallen remains of the building. The dark waters obscure the better part of the remains. What didn't fall into the ocean was used as scrap. What wasn't used as scrap was thrown into the ocean.
The coalition. But that was a long time ago. I think we should move on. It's chilly up here.
He does not like talking politics of this kind. He fears the discussion might lead to disagreements, as it often does.
Hello again.
She turns hatred.
That
The woman on the boat does not notice her Ozon is an archipelago.
On a first-name basis with her, have you got a crush on her? Can't you? I haven't read. Have you ever? We read.
She wants it to be.
This. I thought I'd mix. Yeah. Fine.
She means you've lessened her.
Ooh.
She does have eyes.
Does anyone? Yes. It doesn't. Shoot, Piggy. I ain't no.
Actually,
We weren't put on this earth to make your life.
She hatred. The woman.
That is on her. Someone's got to keep an eye.
Ozon is an.
On a first-name base, it's where they grow whores like pigs, not half as dumb as he looks.
Holding the gun feels natural and satisfying. It's like an extension of your arm, the polished wooden handle almost fusing into your palm. It reminds you of the day you first held it, with fear and respect, hoping you don't have to use it in vain. The sun was out in Jamrock. It was so long ago. Sheathe your sidearm, officer. A serious law official, copped by the book, should know to only unholster their service weapon when using it is unavoidable. Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here. Just an ordinary wall. Nothing because you see it. Finally, this wall is sublime. Look at it. The shadows, the colors. All the other walls on all the other houses must make a pilgrimage in adoration of this, the uncontested pinnacle of wallcraft, color peeled from the very face of God. O Wall Father. Huh? He sounds tired of it all. You already have the heavy fuel oil to use as paint. It's red. And Cindy the Skull has a paintbrush. This is on.
Sure. If you must.
The door is closed again. You hear someone in.
Trying to sneak up.
Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire my mural? What for? What do you think I'm trying to paint here? A mural for a better tomorrow? Why do you really need it? Well, if it's for art. But what kind of art are we talking about? Sounds like you're just about to live out your self-pity, not make a statement. I can't have shit art on my conscience. There, Piggy. I guess art just isn't really you. 'Cause you suck in life and in everything. That's pretty fucked up. Even for you, Piggo. You're a real sad sack. You know that? Go ahead then. art it up. Just try not to hurt yourself. And no self-portraits. Sure, anytime, us shit artists have to help one another. Besides, I was out of fuel oil anyway.
She only gave it to you because she doesn't see you as competition. The right idea is not coming to her. It's excruciating. You know what you've got in that fuel canister you scavenged from your Kanema? Red-dyed heavy fuel oil, paint, and a brush. You're ready to do this. The paintbrush in your hand is like a loaded revolver. What will it be, Desperado? Quite a few things come to mind. You've spoken. The wall will now silently repeat the message for a decade or so, until the sea air degrades the paint, adding another layer of detritus to the city.
Very poetic. Real poetry. Should we return to our murder investigation? I hear there's a really bad one we are supposed to solve.
This coin-operated viewer is facing the metal fill. A thick that's coon under the... You know this to be the star of the church around the large... This coin, why place a tourist attraction in the middle?
They got as far as the street lamps and that statue on the intersection. We should have done something about... They got as far... That's odd.
Your money disappears. The curtain, the lens, its leaves ripped from the little brick. It's getting cold.
Good night, officer.
Aye, the sea's gonna calm down soon. Aye, the sea's gonna calm down soon. Aye, the sea's gonna calm down soon. I can feel it. The wind is turning south.
It's getting cold. On the table, you see a bowl of water. An old mirror hangs on the wall. You see the reflection of your face in it, adorned with. It belongs in the new, the third decade of the current century. Enough time had passed from the failure of the revolution. Things were good. It was, forget about ostentatious orchestrations. If it doesn't rhyme, you're not out of the dazzling swirl of disco music. Everyone loved it. The click is you. Sometimes you like to add finger pistols to them. There is a vast ocean of time between right now. You have some understanding of the near history of disco. Not really. Oh must have just stirred your mind. It doesn't have to be. You can swoon over Guillaume and his champagne-corked smile whenever you want to. Maybe some of the stardust will return. An old mirror hangs on the wall. You see the reflection of your face in it, adorned with the expression. The bed is comforting. Across the room, the heating system hums its soft lullaby. The mattress feels soft and sheets warm. It only takes you moments for the world to fall away.
Thoughts, baby. A million little lights in the dark. You're one fine instrument, brother. All those faces and all those names. All that laughter and screaming and scheming around. Every corner and every street.
Recorded in you forever on Faraday.
No, you're spinning tapes at the discotheque. The great. On and on it goes. For untold hours.
Behold, there are millions of...
It's the world, Harry boy. And you're made of it. You can never forget this shit.
Beautiful.
You're the son of the world again. Harrister, a ceaseless agent, picking up litter.
Reading your awful letters and recalling things, aren't you?
It's too late. You're not made of nothing anymore.
For the working class. For the money, baby. For the greater good.
Solving your little crossword puzzles, doing your tasks, crossing names off lists, trying to become some sort of world detector. It won't make it okay.
He's got no idea what he's in for.
'Cause only love can break your heart. Beep, beep, beep. The alarm is ringing, Harry. The disco circus goes on and on. You barely slept 3 hours last night.
You can do it. It's nothing. Do it for the city. Go. Do it for the picture puzzle. Put it all together. Solve the world. One conversation at a time. Hey, Moneymouth. Indrak, the impeccable hustler provider of the 7th generation. It's Swindle Father, Papa Penier. Look, this is serious. No time for distractions. It's time to make money. Lots of it. No, you don't. You just keep muttering about your economic self-interest and not doing anything about it. Yeah, I heard you back there. What the hell was that? Did Ilona Wihuri Villiconi playing ghosts? How about Admiral Gustav Lestock? Samer Losser grew up in the coal mines of Guardi, eating dirt, and he still managed to make 55 billion real in his lifetime. So stop with the excuses. 55 billion real is a gross overestimation, and we're pretty sure eating dirt is going to send any kid to a hospital. Even Samer Losser. Listen, if you really want to make it in the big leagues, you need to reconceptualize your entire portfolio. Collecting tear and moaning about taxes is not going to cut it. You need to become a millionaire. Now, how do you become a millionaire? And then what? Join the ranks of blue-collar criminals? Those guys, they're all financially illiterate. Only Savvy here knows how to dazzle and embezzle money out of investors' pockets with the acrobatic prowess of a 4-time gold medalist in the Samaran Gymnastics Summer Games. The ancient Samaran tribes used carved rhodochrosite to represent their wealth. The bigger the boulder, the more money they had, in case you needed to know. Money is only one form of capital. Human relations are another. You're focusing on the wrong things. You could force a coin inside you. Any hole will do. Not many more definitive tests of a man's mettle than the fortune yawn. One coin, The first of many. Imagine so many coins you're going to need to hire someone to help you manage all your wealth. Of course you don't. You've never even been close to a sum with more than 3 zeros. Let's face it, you've been on a years-long losing streak. But Savvy's got your back. Savvy's going to book you a charter flight with 80 birds of prey on board, to a land where the streets are paved with Krugerrands and fixed income securities. You'll try again, but this time with money. You'll win her back. Are you in? The spirit of ultra-liberalism, your charm, your spin, your winning hand. Attaboy, welcome to the final grind. Here we operate with money on a much higher level than the ordinary citizen. We feed it back into the machine. Stop saving, start spending. Become a patron. Let's start by getting you into the lucrative art market to diversify your assets and increase your ROI. Speaking of which, know any artists? He's also 12. We don't want to attract the attention of tax collectors by dabbling in unnecessary child labor. He does have potential, defying authority, thinking outside the box. That child's a common delinquent, not an artist. He probably can't even hold a paintbrush. Once we've brought in the millions, you can be a tree log for all I care. But first, we've got to work on increasing your net worth. You're right. She has the poise of a struggling artist. Very tangible. You can feel the poverty on her. Plus, she has paint. Go and support her like the state never could. Everyone must know that you're a big fucking shark around here. Why does she care about the waves so much?
What is it with waves and fishermen? But until that happens, I can try to assist you the best I can. So...
It is such sweet. She died of honey. Depart.
A quick grimace.
We knew she was.
And then you stole her.
Well,
you were just no point starting this.
She heck.
You all.
Of course, officer. Sure, officer.
What?
The old. There. Lest we leave riddled.
Oh, yeah. Not.
Of course. I hate this socialist.
Writing. Oh.
Well, he tells his little pen man exactly what to say. It's commie propaganda, plain and simple.
That's just the writing. Oh.
Well, he tells.
That's just. No. Oh, that's the cushion. You'll put.
I don't like where this is.
Vigilance officer? What can this all carry? Ah,
Oh,
a superpower.
Oh,
you can't. That's
Of course.
Philippe Zit.
Higher, he's just making excuses for the king's habits, isn't he?
it's real.
Yes, indeed.
Oh,
You can't. That's what.
Of course.
Philippe Zit.
Higher, he's just making.
please
Yes, indeed. We're not...
Decisively. Unless you're
don't.
The Carib, no one and nothing can change.
right. Yeah, I'm an.
He feels like he has to.
Yes, it does. It's a.
You see, officer.
I'm fine.
It's his.
No one.
No one...
Yes.
Look,
The possible.
Evra created this job for René because
It's not charity. Up there.
Something about him has changed. He's calmer.
Yes. Yes. Like I said, it would be up anyway. So might as well keep an eye out. Unfortunately, in markup,
He doesn't know about the.
I'm confident they are indispensable in regard to all the paperwork and other administrative duties. I am merely remaining headstrong, making tough decisions on the spot. I don't want to get...
That woman who couldn't choose between him and Gaston, Jean-Marie.
Hello again, sir.
Oh, it's you again. Very good. That will be. Here's the cursed die you ordered.
The phrases read, God is indifferent. Take all. Lose all. 50-50. Nothing happens. And hell.
It's a die. Try rolling it.
You throw the ball on the floor, and it ends with one of the phrases facing upwards. God is indifferent.
Good. Now roll again, detective.
It lands on exactly the same result. God is indifferent.
It's a sphere pretending to be a six-sided die. Each roll will end with one of the phrases facing up. The die originates in Ilmara, where it was used for cleromancy. Except I've weighted the die. When you try rolling it, you realize that each time it gets you exactly the same result. God is indifferent. This is our curse.
It's even worse than she says. God is dead. We live in a forsaken age.
Good luck, officer. I'm sorry. I'm a bit overloaded just now, so I can...
East Delta Commerce.
Kuno saw you wield that can. Sweet graffito action, pig. Kuno likes that delinquent shit. Fuck no, art shit. It's not art, it's fucking brutal. Nothing pussy about it. The fuck out of here.
Even the pigs think it's garbage.
Look, bitches, Kuno's gonna wrap it up for you. Talk business, or fuck off. Fucking right, fuck no.
He's not lying the act. He's actually telling the truth. Or at
The fuck about your
Get lost,
Kuno's? Kuno's? Ease off, see. Don't be telling Kuno what Kuno can do. Kuno
there, he still is.
Active decay.
It's you again. What is it? What's that, Copper? You want us to help little old ladies now?
You're local law enforcement, aren't you? Helping troubled civilians should fall under your jurisdiction.
Yeah. We'll send someone out. Who is? Wait. It's the pigs, isn't it? God. Poor lady. Don't worry. We'll handle this. I think she got some family in Kuron or something. Bastards left her alone when she got sick. We've been getting complaints.
Hey, wasn't Everard's B team looking for her the other day? They said something about her. I don't...
Yeah. I think you're right, Gene. She have something to you.
Whatever you do, do not admit to these punks you lost your gun. You...
No? Well...
No. They totally said what it was. What was it?
I don't remember. I was fucking drunk.
Let me know if you figure it out back there. Now, anything else we can help you with? Auntie LaPlante, we are...
Marianne, amigo.
Be anything else you wanted to... Wows?
Us kids. That the children kept her together.
Get wanted to be a cop.
No fucking clue. It's gotta be the crazy. Who'd want to be a pig? No, I didn't.
Yeah, Carl. That's some pretty fucking weird shit to say. The pigs. Get.
No fucking clue. It's gotta be the crazy. Respectable prof...
Easy there, Al. Dunno.
Police paraphernalia doesn't just wash...
No problemo.
Sure enough, we're the real heroes on these streets.
I've got nothing to... Hello, dear. Thank you for doing that.
Her smile is weary.
Morel still isn't feeling well. I convinced him to stay at Gary's to get some rest. I'm afraid... I'm sorry.
Her voice is shaky.
Morel will eventually, or...
The lieutenant stares at his shoe, caked in mud. He doesn't say anything.
That real...
Very strange. Why is she...
Different? How? I'm not. It's a strange feeling.
And when a police officer asks...
Do you ever wonder if some lovely story... Seeing the insulin, Morel's so proud of it.
A terrible sting in the heart. Regret.
No, sweetie, that I'm some queen of the crypt, but now we're both getting...
The lieutenant opens his notebook, but doesn't write anything. But it has a taste. You're quite...
You might be right. I was a paraplegic before we met.
She has to swallow to relax her throat. It's keeping her from talking.
Maybe. What you have to know is the Insular Indian fast myth.
Are there? Some of the other things are pretty bad.
I'm not sure of anything. Either way, I should go. Poor Morel is running a fever. Oh no, thank you, but I can get there on my own. This whole thing is gasp.
Really?
Oh, sweetie. Please don't get stuck on a dream. Okay?
A sigh. She doesn't think you'll need it.
Why, sweetie?
A waste of time. A dream. A fool's hope. Like that, she drives off. The gas tank sputters quietly as she gets to the doors, then pushes them open. Outside, the cold coast.
We should go too.
Hey, who's got the 20 ray out? And why are you wasting my... Do I...
He said, and it's not a shaker.
Am I smite? That's...
Play it calm. This man needs...
Even more reason for me not to serve you, sir. Was there another thing? Great. What are you, a cook now? No, you don't. If you had a beside...
Sambo is an acronym for Samaran.
Yes. Another thing. Great. Oh, yes, that... No. Also...
He's attempting to...
Fine. So, I haven't opened it. I have cleaned the whole place. Yes. Who told you that? Fine. If you do find... Yes.
It's you again. What is it?
You have so many bad options ruled out. It's insane. There is...
You know what? You guys must be the cops. Because this is what cops do, right? Live in a bar, sit on their fat asses like they own the place, while the neighborhood goes to shit. Corpses hang from trees. Kids shoot up.
Thanks for the follow.
Hey, we don't have to fucking take this shit.
Glenn.
Everyone shut up! Fuck you, man. You didn't see the place before we got here. Fucking graffito everywhere.
Congratulations on the graffito removal. All I see is you sitting around talking about Monica's titties while there's a rape victim.
So what? What do you want from me? We took care of that fuck.
Don't let him drink that. One more push. Quick.
Titus?
She stops mid-sentence. That's it. You got him. He's going to give it up, but on his terms.
You want to talk to her, cop? Fine. I'm gonna let you talk to her, but you treat her with respect. If you don't, if you question her, harass her, a freight train of pain, buddy.
What is her name?
Glacia, I'm on due. She's staying here at the Whirling in Rags, a real pretty one. Silvery jumpsuit, blonde. That's I'm on due with an O-U.
Shit. The girl upstairs? That can't be her. She knows you drank so hard you forgot you were a cop.
Yeah. Blonde. Tall. 2 rooms over from yours. Sure. Why not? You've probably seen her around.
You inexplicably add cool.
I don't understand what's so cool here.
Nothing. We just have a few more questions. Then we'll be on our way.
Calm. Normal. Try to forget this little hiccup.
Relationship? There was no fucking relationship. He raped her. That's their relationship.
Was like that karaoke incident all over again. Or like some of the other girls he was harassing.
Okay, enough. All of this...
He did it before we killed him. He's not gonna do it again. So what does it matter?
It would help if we establish a timeline.
All right. 2 weeks, maybe? I don't know. I need another beer.
Here you go, boss.
I know her.
How well do you know her?
A small twitch in the corner of Kim's mouth. He has a hunch about what knowing means.
Well enough, Copper. We partied. She's been here for a few months.
He tries to make it sound real casual, but the muscles on his neck tighten.
You mean Revachol? Nah. Our Miss Aranye disco dancer is an immigrant, or a drifter of some sort. Been staying over here over the winter.
Don't you give her any more trouble. She's just had some bad luck, that's all.
Shut up, Angie. She doesn't need your help.
Titus gives them both a look. They fall silent.
What do you think I meant? Yeah, pretty much. No, we just fucked. That's all. I'm not gonna give you any details if that's what you're after. So put your dick away.
He's doing a good job here. A commendable performance of I don't give a shit.
Remember what I said. Freight train of pain.
Officer, what was that? Yes. Yes. The victim? Is there something I should know before we talk to her?
Whatever you do, don't say the first thing.
So she overheard you? Or did you party together?
So this is what it feels like to be interviewed. What if you do, but you just don't remember that you do? You'll get through it.
Anything else? Okay, that's manageable. Understood. You were not in good shape on Monday. What you're saying is, you raped her?
Ice is forming on the inside of your chest cavity.
Then, don't ever say that again. What else? That's clearly your interrogation technique. Anything else? We'll be all right, Lieutenant. This is nothing.
You feel fortified by his assurance. It's going to be all right. Is it, though? The door is closed.
Who is it?
Tired. Controlled.
This is the police. Can we come in?
Come on up. The door is open.
Sounds like it's... This medicine cabinet is full of wares. Sheets of... It's been... But not for scrubbing blood off. It's clean of chemical odors too. Just some dried toothpaste on the handle. Pharmaceuticals line the shelves. Sheet upon sheet of pill bottle next to pill bottle.
Anything of note?
Among some foreign, probably Messinian or Gotvaldian, my pill bottles Nacra. This is used to treat opioid overdoses. Always handy to have around.
Interesting. That's used for the
pill bottles Nacra. The lieutenant glances at the rows of pill. This medicine cabinet is stocked with drugs. A bright orange bottle with peptide stamped on it. In sunny, happy letters. It's speed, man. Just what you were looking for. They call it dextroamphetamine.
Peptide.
The fuck are you waiting for? Let's get super fucking... Silently. Feels so sleek and beautiful. You got... Now that you've acquired some stimulants, it's time for a little pick-me-up. Time to detect. It'll make you into more than that. A mega cop. This is your modus operandi. This is how you've done it for years. Let's go. It's not ideal, no. But you need the zeal. Let's face it, you're never going to finish this case without cheating. See? That's your problem. You raise the peptide bottle, press one nostril closed, and inhale furiously. Now the taste is slowly receding into your throat. The rush is growing in intensity, your little heart pounding like a bird in a cage. A sweat breaks out across your brow. Your jaw clenches. And, let's be honest, there's a little chest pain. The good kind, of course. You may want to blast a nosophed or something. You could work with this high. Like, literally work. Solve the case. File some papers. Maybe clean up your hostel room. Then solve another case. Then start a side investigation into the paranatural. Then build a radio computer. Whoa, this shit is strong. This shit is disco. To this. You kidding? There are downsides to not being on it. There are massive downsides.
I'm not your mother.
As long as you remain functional. Spring.
In the bottom right...
This window is smooth as ice, following your lead.
Looks like it, yes.
Just as you look at the flowers, a gust of wind raises them from... You catch a single white flower between your fingers. The rest fly off into the wind. The young woman looks at the Maybell. The lieutenant gives you an acknowledging little nod.
Welcome to the roof.
Her hair is still slick from the shower. Below her silvery jumpsuit,
I'm sorry for the mess down there. The cleaning lady hasn't come by in days. I'm beginning to wonder if she ever will. Oh yes, legends of room number 1 have made their way around the building. They say a portal to hell has opened in there. They also say that's why the clean...
I'm Kim Kitsurai.
Have I ever? This is the biggest fan of ostentatious orchestrations I have seen in my life. Oh yeah. Life gets hard, but we go on.
the chorus of the 35 single, megaphoning the entire human race, instills you with the fuck it all swagger that prompts one to plow.
That is not actually what a police siren sounds like. Miss, we are investigating the murder of the man who was hanged. The people responsible have asked us to talk to you.
Huh. I see.
What could she be thinking of? It's hard to say. As she looks at the dried petals in your palm, then lightly touches one with her fingernail. Chipped white polish covers the nail. It's long and sharp, like a mini dagger. The petal crumbles on contact.
Pretty. Looks like a dried Maybell. Is that the one you caught? Sambo style? Why was there a flower on the roof? I don't know, officer. Clausier Amondou.
Same name that Titus gave you. It sounds Oranese, as does her accent. Her birthmarks also signal Oranje. You don't know why, but Oranese girls tend to come speckled with them.
Right, sir. Very fort. Republic of bad memory.
The Republic of Oranje is a democratic nation on the Muindi Isola. They will make you.
Of lilac.
What's so bad about that?
Nothing.
The conference centers are filled with...
Sooner or later, I'm 28. Something stupid. Oranese lit. Oranese literature. The fear of failure.
If that's true, then...
Nothing. I do nothing with it. Cool. I've made more money by many things.
It's the world's most tired smile. Miss Oranje, now there is something you should linger on. All things considered.
It's a beauty pageant.
She was 14 at the time.
It's a competition for stupid girls when you have the fewest deviations from the norm. Yes. And for that, indeed.
Her voice is indifferent to the number.
It was okay.
The march of ethical progress.
I'm afraid you can't.
Why is that?
Because it's buried in a seal plastic.
Thank you for your candor.
They say so in your tourist brochure. Keep travel documents away from your person when west of the river. If I were to...
She seems to be telling the...
Look, officers. I like this place. but I don't want to be stuck wandering the city like a ghost after being robbed of my travel documents. I don't want to become an indentured servant in a brothel on Boogie.
There are plenty of other reasons for hiding.
It's also why I hid it.
Why, yes.
I'm an unpopular girl, the kind of hurry where you can't. I would love to change the subject. It's not important. Unless I'm some kind of. No, I'm not.
She doesn't seem to be overly
My colleague has an exploratory sense of.
He's thinking, I like this kind of
I would love to change the subject. Huge.
Playfully.
I would love to change the subject. Huge.
Playfully. She doesn't seem to.
If I.
She seems to be.
Okie doke.
If any of this made her nervous, it certainly doesn't show in her.
The record. Yeah. I'm wintering.
How long have you been?
About 4 months. Here in the Whirling, here because it's the funkiest building in Martinez. And because all the other buildings are bombed to hell. Thank you.
Technically, possession of narcotics is legal in Revachol, but you should.
With money.
The Anti-Star is, or was.
Comes in handy when you.
Is that something that happens to you often?
Better safe than sorry. Oh, yes. Like, not being able to stay up for 36 hours. Not being. Huh? Motherfucker took my Preptide? Looks like.
This does not amount to.
Robbed by.
It's hard to tell if she's not angry, but it's true.
It is.
The lieutenant makes a note. He finds the answer unsatisfying.
Okay.
Watching herself reflected in the bedroom window, tall and sparkling and draped in smoke.
Yeah,
How long?
About 4 months. Funky town. Alright, it's a bit early.
She sounds positively buoyant, vivacious.
It is. It's murderously early. Yeah.
By him, she must.
Tell them it's not my style. They'll have to, if they want to jazz up the charges.
By they.
Are you saying that you were asked to tell us you were assaulted?
Not explicitly, but I understood what they meant. It wouldn't hurt to spice things up a bit. We partied. With all due respect, sir, I think we partied a little harder than that. Please. What no one does on your level...
What did you do when you...
We drank, sir. A lot. For...
What else?
Stimulants. Speed also has that effect. I guess you can say that, yes.
How did you two meet?
Downstairs. At the bar. He was on some sort of assignment,
When was this?
A month ago? Something like that. I'm 89% sure. You know how it is.
Do you? There are numerous...
In conclusion, officer, I'm gonna go with a mild to medium not raped here. Let me make this 100% clear then, officer. Oh yes. I have multiple...
A bitter cringe. He takes a small step closer.
You called us, dear...
Yes.
Jackpot.
I made it.
Reporting crimes is confidential in Revachol, miss.
I didn't exactly disguise it. I just muffled the mic and nicked the landline a little. With nail clippers. And I diverted some radio fuzz into it.
So, she's God's mystery phone cutter.
Did I?
Still, that's pretty clever tampering.
Thanks.
She looks a bit like a little girl who's just been complimented on her bike repair skills.
I don't know, sir. It was stupid. I was drunk, too.
Thank you for making the call, miss. It was the right thing to do.
I didn't want to, sir. And he's still hanging there.
We will move the body to the morgue today, miss.
Pretty much.
Warning them.
I'm sorry, I can't do it. Not right now. Later, maybe. I keep seeing him. Like he is now.
I know it's difficult, miss.
He had something to do with the strike.
And his role in the strike was...
I think he was in a security detail. He was ex-military.
And they lynched him for it?
She nods.
They're frequent guests. Over drinks. A little.
Like you partied with the deceased?
No. Not as hard.
I'm sorry to have to ask this, but have you had a physical...
I have. Which ones, sir? I don't...
She breathes.
Should we head by downstairs, officer?
She nods. Silvery cigarette fumes disappear into her mouth.
Not my favorite topic. We partied. Yes. We made balloon animals, drank lemonade. Yeah, I would like it to have been that way.
How was it?
We drank, sir.
What else?
Stimulants. A little.
How did you two meet?
Downstairs.
When was this?
A month ago?
Warming them.
We partied. Oh.
From Titus? About...
We drank.
What else?
Stimulant. Mm-hmm.
And...
I think...
And
she nods.
How about we, change the subject to something more lighthearted now? Sure. Nothing. Cool. It's not very cool. The record. Why not?
Looks like we have more to discuss with the... Nothing will make them respect the RC. What else could she have done? If not you, then me. It was a smart move from her. You think so? The best liars are always...
The same small, heavy door. No lock in sight.
I don't know. It is not the first clue. I don't know. The vigilantes, the cadaver, and a number of people connected to the case are in, or I hate it when that happens.
It's barred from... Sounds like it's heavy, too. Very sturdy. This window is...
Looks like it, yes.
This window, smooth, following...
Looks like it.
I've got nothing to say to you. Like I already told you. And what you want is of aggressive.
We've talked.
Listen. So ask what you came to ask. Or get back to your commanders. No one is emotional.
There he still is, looking. As you breathe in, the odor comes out.
Did you have to...
The man before you is naked, but for a pair of underpants and enamel. The material delicate. These are clearly not boots.
Indeed. Technically speaking, ceramic plate. Under the heel. Fair weather.
A small bell.
It's anything but.
Faint Organic lines covered like whirls of floorboard. If trees were made of the smooth, glossy surface, the whirls are in the shape of a letter and number.
Good. We have a make and a number. That's something. It is. We've requested similar material for our tactical units for years now. For a full set, about 4...
For the northwest region of Revachol, an officer's average yearly...
By catching, do you mean... Let's not...
The lieutenant nods often. It's part...
Piece by piece. We should keep a lookout for...
If you wear those pieces, it will help me protect... Yes, the Sabatons dangle off the man's...
You work for Cronel, like Joyce told us.
This feels... dangerous. Are you... The stench fits...
Stop! Pig's gonna pull his head off.
Brutal!
Even the mongrels can...
Do it, homo!
Stop obsessing about your sexual...
Indeed. From this angle, it...
What are you trying to achieve anyway? Why are you hanging on to that boot? How many clothes do you... There's no way you're getting them off.
You're sure there's a way to peel them off. But first, the body... The anticipation makes you crack your fingers.
Processing will take care of that. With the situation in...
The cadaver slowly twists on the... The hangman's knot is pulled tight by the... This is a steel-reinforced cargo lashing belt.
Airlifting. I thought it was used on lorries for strapping cargo to them. The local harbor uses 6 rotors to shuffle containers around. Right now, everything seems to fit their confession. I was afraid it would be. A noose is one of those things that's easier to use. That ladder can't...
Could be. The shape of the branch supports the theory. The cadaver hangs from the cargo belt. Limp and intricate web. His corpse is marked by stars. Alcohol and heartbreak.
I have only a curse.
It doesn't seem for...
So enough.
He wears a wide leather belt around his waist, and he takes a thin piece of milled aluminium from his coat pocket.
A Trigat Sunshine.
Trigat is the world's leading manufacturer of intercommunication devices, primarily projectors. The camera before you looks familiar somehow.
Shit, Kuno! What the fuck is that?
An instant color camera. I have only 2 ampoules, so nobody move. I don't want to waste one.
A sound, a shrill flash, followed by the breaking of a small ampoule of glass.
In case we need it. It contains insight to the victim's person. This was a man of physical violence. The story he wanted, sure.
The glassy-eyed corpse looks by. His mouth, his eye, these eyes used to be dark brown hair growed. Underneath the curdled meat there is an expression. Not carried on his...
I'm gone. Into the wild pale yonder. In the past. Way out west. I'm a joke. Look at me. A killer.
Takes one to know one.
Go ahead, Cope. What do you mean? It's the imagination. Go ahead. Because you're a copperoony. Here you go, loony. Fuck no. You're no Rooney. Listen to yourself. You're not a Raphael and good for you. Because you have... Do I...
A child born with Muller's disease, Harlequinism, grown up,
You sure wrinkled out of that one, Coppolini. Maybe I was getting my rocks off. Do I look like an erotic auto-asphyxiation type to you, Captain Copper?
He didn't choke himself. You know it.
Maybe I was getting my rock. It's a mishmash, Copper Polo. No. My hair is too light a shade of brown. Yeah. Well, do I look like an erotic auto-asphyxiation type, Captain Copper?
He didn't choke himself. You know it.
Come back later, Coppo. Amuse yourself with my Frank man.
As you narrow, this is a trick. Only the lower extremities are pink with a dash of blue. His fatigue...
I see it.
The monster comes back into focus.
So, what do you think? Agreed. Especially on...
You would still like the hypostasis marks in the neck to be a bit more pronounced.
Maybe it looks faint to you? It could be more pronounced. There's always a chance. We should... I agree.
His person...
Totally dead. That sounds about right, yes.
The pool of...
The victim appears...
The fuck he's saying?
Talking about shit.
Maybe. I do. Most of...
Stop talking.
He means you fucked him up good, Kuno. Fucked him up.
But there is no breath to catch.
Are you sure we finished the preliminary examination of the cadaver?
The cadaver slowly twists on the cargo belt. He doesn't actually think that...
The cadaver is a good 1.2 meters up. Neither one of us can reach the belt without assistance. And even if we do, there's the... Someone else?
What was that about processing, then? Weren't they supposed to take care?
No. Think of the... I know it's hard, but I assure you, climb up there and there has to be a less risky way. We are not getting him down already.
How do you plan to get him down, then?
I was really hoping we wouldn't.
Confirmed. I would really prefer if there was another way.
Okay. They do have the tools and the men. Okay. Let's do it in the lousy, dangerous way. Hooray for us. To ask the suspect, clearly we can't.
Suck my dick, bitch.
Jamais vu. Derealization. Jamais vu. The opposite of day.
Yes?
Fuck does Kuno care?
It's not Kuno. It's Kuno-S.
Fuck you whispering about?
He's whispering too. He's going with it. But watch what happens.
Fuck you whispering about.
She puts extra stress onto that word.
If Kuno wants to whisper, he's gonna fucking whisper, okay? Let's whisper, pig.
This is it. You've got him. But be careful. You can still fuck this up.
Crazy? You don't know the half of it. She's not crazy. She's insane. Dangerous. She's smoked a man. She's done people in. Probably even pigs.
Stop talking to him.
She understands what you're trying.
Yo, see? Did Kuno not tell ya? Talk, pig. Kuno's got it under control.
You did it. They're separated. He's even turned his back.
Fuck knows. She says it's the song of air people. Crazy people.
Sounds boreal. Like something from the tundra and tiger-covered cutler, Isola. Far, far away from here. As far as possible, really.
Suroese?
Revelshot does have a small Suroese community. Or she climbed into a yakberry crate and was shipped over accidentally.
Yeah, she's psycho. None of that kiddie psycho. Cat burning shit. Snuff radio.
And he doesn't even want to think about it. This isn't just another boast.
Kuno wasn't around, and C was with Kuno. Told you. Look, Kuno's...
He speaks the truth, my liege.
Kuno means she killed someone.
His little green eyes are fixed on yours.
Killing is...
488. The criminal code.
She's probably killed a pig, too. I mean, forget Kuno said...
A cop would be too large for... The creature peers at you both. Fear. Kuno, for...
Kuno, there... That's it. That's what Kuno is starting to think, yeah. Fuck no, she's not my sister. Yeah, she was just there.
What was that, Kuno?
She was in the hallway. Dripping wet. By the fucking shoe rack.
A shoe cupboard just off to the right. Have you been to this place?
Yeah, that's the place. She was just balled up near the closet, psycho style. Kuno's got no fucking idea. Her hair was all wet. I think she pissed on the floor too. She was there.
You know this. The body goes into a kind of revulsion shock. Kill the kid. Yes. Makes them look for a quiet, dark place and just hibernate there. Usually goes on for a few days, up to a week. Must have been her first one. You only get it on the first one.
I don't know. Someone left the door open. Kuno comes home. She's sleeping under the desk, under the pile of clothes, like a dog. Kuno's dad doesn't give a shit. Doesn't even see her there, or thinks it's fucking Kuno. Shit's all on Kuno. How's Kuno dealing? Kuno's dealing just fine. Kuno's got this shit under control. Listen, listen. See, it's Kuno's go-to. Kuno's
This is what it all comes down to.
I'm going to kill you. I'll run when you put the cuffs on her, sneak up on you later, and fuck you up. You understand?
He may not be able to do it, but he will try. Right now, he believes...
All right. Now we can do business.
He's breathing heavily. That took something out of him.
Yeah? What do you want? Kuno can hook you up with... Don't hook him up with shit! See? Relax. He respects the Kuno. Remember when you tried to get Kuno to hook you up? We can get on that now. If you run a little errand for the Kuno. See, it's tension and release with Kuno. Now we releasing. Kuno flexes for hobos. Kuno sees you're in need. Here, pig. We've fallen now. Performance buddies. Kuno can already see you soaring through the air like a fucking eagle. Pig's in Kuno's debt now. Money debt.
Money debt doesn't mean anything. He's just saying words. You're not in his debt.
Kuno gets it from his dad. Kuno and his dad are major suppliers. Problem is, Kuno and his dad had a little falling out. Now junkies clawing at Kuno's door. Streets going mad. Kuno's got to throw his dirty popo man at it. Dirty popo man is you. In there is Kuno's violent... Kuno's dad is a fucking monster.
You know how you'd be best off here?
Like half. A baggie. But like...
That's half a gram.
Yeah. Half a G. Want it or not? Fuck you talking about half a G?
You can barely see it because there's barely any.
Okay. Kuno's listening. Alright, pig. You can plug him, but you can't stop him. Just get in the apartment building. Kuno knows you already fucked your way in. Go to room 12, first floor, and kick down the door. That's it. Next time Kuno sees you, you better have his shit.
What the hell are you signing us up for here? Cool.
No. The lieutenant doesn't actually look...
Kuno doesn't...
That's one brutal motor carriage.
If I were a real skull now...
A snazzy shit-ripped skullmobile...
Yeah, tribal shit.
It's just theoretical work, Copper.
I can tell you who we're not, Cop. We're not snitches, flow bears.
Which is not to say that the skull...
The part of this presentation you want to take home with you, Cop man.
Okay then. Let's indulge it.
You don't know?
It's not a question. Don't get into it.
The question...
Besma time.
The nastiest bunch of psychos ever. Jacking carriages and getting into heist.
Possessing an infinite amount of fuck-all swagger
If a skull spot...
The lieutenant's voice is as calm.
They usually occupy the burnt-out quarter in Jamrock. Or you can find them loiter.
Ah, I can't wait to become a skull.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. A true artist of the...
by the way, if you see Cindy, give her our regards.
For all their nihilistic posturing, these young men are not odd. There isn't a hint of hate in them. It's like they're pissed and fuck the world out of some kind of moral obligation. The lieutenant on your left is unusually lenient to...
We're not franchise skulls. Well, not yet. Because we can be just as psycho and vicious. You'll see.
Ah, you'll see for sure what...
Throw him off his game. You don't feel very scared. Psh.
Whoa! Come on, man!
Yeah, no need to throw your authority in our faces.
You want to talk? Let's talk, boys.
He liked how you decisively shut down a situation.
Old man, it doesn't matter. You'll be long gone before his great...
No.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
The Union does their share of policing in Martinez.
Apart from the unions themselves, of course.
Don't you worry about that. We're gonna make up for the deficit.
Yeah, we are.
Murder? Yeah, sure. We'll gladly tell you everything we know about...
Also, he was hanged. He was hanged for...
Yeah, I mean...
These punks don't know it.
Hey! Stop!
Ah, this sounds like epistemology.
Exactly.
We should move along.
Knowing.
It seems that we can only think, but never know.
Precisely.
What about them?
Like I said before, to catch a fish you'll need to hurl the lure many times, and even then it isn't certain that you'll get anything. You get more fish because when one fuck...
Hate to admit it, but in a weird way, he's got a point.
Well, the word piss epitomizes the struggle taking place in the world. Also, you've got to admit, it catches the eye. And what I mean...
It seems that the young man... Is it a coincidence that here we...
Yes? Leather jackets adorned with immature writing? The ideology they convey helps the boys justify poor choices in life and fashion. What are you implying? I'm not sure I understand you, detective. Neither. Fine, if only to end this discussion. Theoretically, if I were a juvenile delinquent, if I were to already be down that path, seems about right.
That's an origin story for a dynamic duo right there.
So are we done here? Or... you don't need us around for your...
No. Don't ask anything. Be subtle and scary. The boys dream about being skulls. Use that.
What? No! Skulls don't have kings. I think.
Yeah, man, keep your voice down. Skulls don't take it lightly.
Prospect must be a hierarchy.
Wow, you boys are ambitious. Only prospects and already planning a coup in the skulls. You're destined to go far.
He gets it.
Shut the fuck up! Are you trying to get us killed?
Now bring it to the jackets and, yes, start shouting.
Please be quiet. What? What do you want? The jackets?
You got it. No need for cruelty.
Oh, man.
Fuck.
The lieutenant watches the boys take their jackets off with mild amusement.
I'm absolutely okay with not having either one, thank you. This case doesn't require us to go undercover.
Cold-hearted cop.
The need will not arise.
The jackets are meant to complete each other.
I don't know, Eric. It's cold out.
Yeah, let's get out of here. The cops fucked us.
Inside, You see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Sure, officer. What? Got it. I'll contact the ICP database immediately. Right.
10-4, come in. 10-4, sir. Roger that. And very glad to hear it. I will make relevant changes to the... 10-4, sir. Sorry, but I'm under... 10-4. 10-4, sir. 10-4. Roger that. 10-10, over and out.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Just a sec. Sylvie? Yes. Hello? Oh, great. What else do you need, detective? No? Not me. No.
Seems like
she is of the fifth.
Okay.
You hear?
Anything else I can help you with, officer? No. And at 57?
In the cabin. Six crumbling.
This is the insulin.
This flower is a...
The revolution. It's about girl. Yes, but not these are... Maybe.
The petals feel... An intricate... It almost looked gone. For you to... Someone who knows about history.
Don't think so.
Suddenly, this feels like a really, really bad idea. Silence, hard as a stone. You see dead
fucking loincloths. Really, what it means.
In what must have been Seminine.
I can tell you what this one means. Only one. You want to hear our colonel?
Benito is what?
He spent a month behind enemy lines, scouting
with some strange emotion.
Our boy, at dawn, he comes upon two kids. We shot the boy. He was useless, but she was quite the entertainment. God. Mason couldn't let go. Cut the tits off her cold. Drowned in a creek a week later.
Something stirs in your stomach. There's a word on the tip of your tongue. Colorless. Odorless. It's...
No. I was in the domain. Fucking mask is getting sweaty. I want to take my mask off. But go ahead.
On the photo in your hands, the dead man's skin is studded with stars.
Hold on, Wandering Man. We're negotiating. Aye, all of it.
This seditious...
Sure.
The look, it all comes to that of a noble peasant, or the man sit...
The unpromising raised pupil.
Well, he must... Aye. The drawings are precise and look true to their pseudo-scientific...
Correct. There is nothing tips say it would tip
the koi colors of Grava.
Yes, pinkness. The koi.
Wouldn't he be one?
It's lead though.
Is it 82,000 years that we've been recording history?
Enough of those I received, you know.
Mahoon, in some
The mouth,
colorful,
the other large, overproduct as proven by the Areopage, the indigenous, the Areopages, the land.
Nature was not capable of. The Koiko was not corrupt.
Do not think the Koi.
Wouldn't he be one? Is it 82,000 years that we've been recording history?
The revolution, enough of Tibet tips, the air, lesser, the mesquite.
It seems unlikely that two human beings.
You are right, then there is. That is understandable. I cannot possibly.
I think
that will be the.
That is.
These cops are just.
Oh, don't be vulgar. Mr. Also, of course, above all, stop explain. I am not
Miss Head historically looks to.
I am the heart. Now leave me be.
The payphone hangs. Before the cargo container. Its draw has not lessened, as it...
Mr. Dubois, I prefer my police officers old-fashioned. My. Tell me, was it difficult to convince the pigs to give it up? I told you she was a piece of work, Harry, but I knew you could handle it. I'm always happy to educate and very nice.
You might have no...
Oh my. Don't take this question personally.
Mr. Clare, besides, getting the body down would benefit all of us. It's a stain on the neighborhood.
I can certainly, but of course, all joking aside, Jean-Luc, my boy, I'm sending 2 police officers down. They have a dead body in a tree problem they need help with. Namely, they need it to be taken down. And, Jean, please take it easy with the race science. He's had enough of that. You can find Jean-Luc down at the gates, but you already knew that. Anyway, he's going to help you.
was my unpromising race pupil entered the harbor.
You're so noble, Measurehead.
There's a
But while I am gone, someone must stand guard on the bridge. That someone...
This is the...
Listen to your little friend. He is wise in his childlike way. His mistake. See that they stay here the whole time.
The woman's gate.
So, you guys are like cops or something? Have you ever...
You hear that?
Yeah, Jean-Luc must be really tearing it up over there. I wish I could see it.
Look at you! RCM, red...
Spoken by a mercenary, pretending to be a worker.
A shrill laughter interrupts you, echoing across Martinez. The man turns to look behind him at the behemoth appearing around the corner, approaching him, walking past him.
The corpse has been removed from the tree. Stand down and farewell, lambs of witch. You are a Union man from now on.
What a wandering man.
You missed a good show before.
He fucked the tree up.
By the way, Kipt is a racial slur.
Watch out, Kuno!
Kuno knows which kid Kuno. Kuno's dad doesn't give a shit about it.
Try to crawl out of Kuno.
Yeah? The fuck did you want anyway? You got your fuck bag down? Kuno doesn't fucking care.
The corpse lies on the ground among the remains of an absolute...
Mr. Measurehead has done it. Yes. One. In
the RCM's...
The fuck are they on?
Cop's gonna cut his shit up.
It's not about cutting. And an honor and a burden attached to your rank once you've proven you are.
The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath.
Come on.
What you do know is, at 18.9...
Unfortunately, no. And hygienically? Let's not go glove hunting, please. Let's use division of labor. That's right.
You knew it, because the dead man's above those, and 11 field.
That's you.
The corpse is indifferent to your scribblings.
KK57.
KK equals. That's because he doesn't want to bring up the messy question.
And what would that make the alphanumeric?
HDB 41. 1111. It's meaningful.
Good.
The lieutenant is quite surprised.
We've heard the nom de guerre. What's next? NA.
Dry 40. The damage is so extensive. He nods.
Mondial.
Fair to olive-skinned. The pudgy mess of curdled meat looks neither
Male.
Pigs can have sex.
Naively, the lieutenant doesn't.
We're still going with March 4th. 51. What else?
HDB.
None. At least not after the initial examination.
A silent nod. Your central nervous system recognized somewhere in Jamrock North, elsewhere yet, an obese female, and so all across Jamrock.
We should start the post-mortem.
The corpse cannot feel
clothes.
See, it's
It's happening?
Babrodine, yes.
The disappointment.
The boots are ceramic.
It would be clever of you to omit.
The boot has a serial number. It tattoos. The upper torso is covered in a single continuous. The assistant has a color photograph of the markings. The DC has a belt for airlifting cargo around his neck. Well-nourished, athletically built. Measuring. Body hair is light brown. Distribution is consistent.
His hair feels wet, so the stench is... There's brilliantine in there. He's combed more hairs. For a fraction of a second you feel something. An irregular... There, dead man. The lieutenant watches you. What was what? Brilliantine. There's brilliantine in his hair.
That was some sick.
Leave it.
Fucking low velocity. Talking shit about Kuno's velocity.
In addition, there are bite marks on the face, scalp, and chest. Consistently get your mark. The steel wiring.
You got just the right tool for that. The hanged man lets out a...
Always good to think ahead. We need to cut the belt to see the leak.
See? My pig is gonna fuck his head off.
No, he ain't. Your pig's a boring fuck.
The belt. The knot is the weak spot. The chain cutters. After some delivery. Snap. The knot is...
The rope rises to a point. Hemorrhaging is observed on the skin. Above and below, the chest is intact.
No!
I fucking...
This is clearly...
Genitalia is male and unremarkable. Ah yes, your hunch before. We can have a semen analysis requested from processing, if that's what you meant. No, you weren't.
The corpse with his pants down does not... The dead man's penis is average.
Back is symmetric.
Bullets have bitten...
In addition, I see smaller...
From wounds...
Last item. Hands.
His flesh is...
Pleased to meet you. Where are you from? I'm only fucking with you. I know where you're from. From Coppadocia. I did go. We should do this.
Hands are clean. No, I was.
Working so close to the fumes coming from...
Ooh. Central nerve...
Of course, there is a moral to be drawn from it.
What would that be?
The dead man looks, too.
I think that may well be good.
With his eyes, you hear cracks as...
Yeah, jack that!
The hyoid bone is from respiratory system. Oral cavity shows no...
No scream. No, you don't. You can keep... You manage to...
There are ancient mysteries down there, Kobo. Ask me later.
Hemorrhaging present in mucus. Hepatobiliary. Ah.
Hepato means liver, and nothing in your...
Neither am I. That's it. Same for toxicology, and unless you have an...
Reservoirs? No, but do they take obscure trivia and odd tidbits?
We already have...
I'm not even interested in these boring mucus anymore.
Other requests, then. Cardiovascular, gastrointestinal.
This will do.
Digested semi-solid food in stomach. Voila. What's next on the list? Let's see. We have head, chest, and your opinion, officer? Agreed. Next injury? So, the scalp bleeds from a post-mortem. Has confessed to causing it at Mac...
The lieutenant's admission. Coagulated blood sticks to his scalp and chest. Where?
Right. Next. Nothing. A dark red abrasion. I see hemorrhaging.
Below the note, 2 customary boxes wait to be ticked. The man's head jerks to the side. The ring around...
That's it. Let's wrap this up. Well, we requested it. We were thorough with the list of injuries. I need a copy of that autopsy for processing.
He's thinking. You tilt your head. I'm...
Shoot, Loon. Oh, yes, Cope. Just a small gulp away. My beloved Cope. Come back later, Coppo. Amuse yourself with my...
Your arms reach... His face, his cheeks, his nose, his fat, swollen lips. Like a spider, you pick it between your fingers. The mass is even. They are swollen shut. Only the little...
The fuck is he doing?
The thing you're looking for. The oral cavity. You're on the right track. The tongue. Can you feel it? A vision of black and dark red. You see a hole, an abrasion collar. This is what we're after.
Abrasion collar.
Kuno is silent. A black trickle of liquid. Your index fit.
The fuck is that?
Ah, shit, see?
Yes, that's what this part is called. The basal ganglia. This man will never sleep. Your fingers slide. This is what he used to regulate his emotions with. The lieutenant
Fucking cap.
quivering with. Your fingers are all the way. Your fingers reach sharp. The pain is barely noticeable under the adrenaline rush.
Can you...
There's the object. This is the...
We have the making.
Forget about the fucking exit wound, Beano.
You pick the object between your
My... What is it?
The inside of the head feels cold with a plop.
Fucking...
A bullet.
The bullet falls in the bag.
A non-caliber rifle. Some kind of brittle alloy. Of course, you've earned. We need to add an item to the high velocity. Temporary cavity in brain tissue. Small exit wound on the opinion. Fatal injury. And one last thing.
He's proposing the bullet was the real cause of death. And the hanging and the...
Treatment, officer, is an attempt to manipulate the body. This injury, yes, and the belt around his neck. The hanging, even dragging him to the yard. All of it was done after. I have had my doubt. There have been others.
There is, of course, the very real possibility.
That's for us to find out, to hide something. Oh, you really, really do. I am glad to put him out of his misery? Yes.
This little thing could reveal...
We bag the corpse and carry... Work on the... I'll leave that choice to you.
After you bag the corpse, Lieutenant Kitsuragi will leave the...
I thought we did...
Damn it. Okay. So you can sneak out of your room.
I thought we decided...
Damn it. Okay. So you can sneak out of your room, maybe. After he's gone. The man is... The lieutenant adjusts his glasses.
All right.
There goes the... Oh, well.
I will need a little help carrying him.
You failed to deduce anything substantial. She waits in...
Come on, don't be...